Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you people all here. I hope you had a fantastic day so far. Let's go. Yeah, let's go for sure. And yeah, as said earlier, if I have something to say, we might do another stream where we watch a little bit or to discuss a little bit the what is it? San Diego Comic-Con Season 3 trailer for Rings of Power. A long combination of words. And there are also some news in the meantime and stuff like that. So we potentially have some topics to talk about if people might be interested in that. Not sure how long we will stream or how long we will discuss this, but yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome Otaku Senpai, Undead, Modo, nice to see you, Gentai, and who else? Have a look. And all the others. Oh, Gaia is also here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Joe Quake is there. And yeah, I might have missed somebody, but it was not on purpose. Just a matter of not seeing everybody. One of the other YouTubers was bothered because a Balrog was going to speak. Doesn't bother me though. Will we try to find the stuff here so we might be able to capture it? But yeah, it was like a preview of the Balrog thing. I have to be careful because I don't want to get stuff claimed again. Let me just see that the resolution is adequate. It seems like it. Oh, the Balrog. Yeah, that was one of the spoiler leak things, kind of. We have this scene here that was in one of the trailers. Maybe I can post it here in chat. I have so many chats here. We're also live on Twitch, on the English Twitch and the German Twitch channels, so welcome everybody. For the German viewers, it will be now in English for a time now as we discuss a lot of Ring stuff here. Also streaming this on YouTube. And yeah, Rings of Power trailer. I think that's from the YouTube thing trailer if you haven't seen it. It's like a previous thing. I'm not sure Durin's Bane ever spoke. Well, Tolkien is kind of interesting in this regard. Tolkien has a very definitive answer to this particular question. If Durin's Bane spoke, at least during the scenes in Lord of the Rings, we need to get to a letter. I think it's 210. Hope my PC doesn't melt. Yeah, it should be this. And there, 210 from 1900, June 1958. And it's about Tolkien comments on a film treatment of The Lord of the Rings. This was far before Peter Jackson or anything. And yeah, somebody called Mr. Zimmerman. Yeah, it seems he's called Z in the text, and they're under point 20. Yeah, it's point 20. Tolkien comments on a depiction of the Balrog who speaks and does things, and it reads like the following. Point 20. The Balrog never speaks or makes any vocal sound at all. Above all, he does not laugh or sneer. Thee may think that he knows more about Balrogs than I do, but he cannot expect me to agree with him. That's the comment of Mr. Tolkien on if the Balrog speaks. Like, according to the letter, the Balrog does not speak. Though my interpretation is this is specific the scene where Gandalf meets the Balrog. It's not necessarily has the Balrog any do Balrogs have the ability to communicate? To be honest, they are not the most chatty ones, it seems. So in this regard, that's an interesting idea, to be honest. But yeah, Tolkien didn't like the idea of the Balrog speaking in The Lord of the Rings. Now, can Balrog speak? Yes, I would. Why wouldn't they be able to communicate? Either they can speak. If that is not the case, then they could communicate over Sunwar or something like that. So, telepathy with their mind. Maybe the flame is the language. Yeah, maybe it is. It can cast spells. That's also a good point. It's not a new letter. This letter is old. It's letter 210 in the collection of letters. There's there's a total of, I think, 700, 800, or maybe 1,000 letters of Tolkien that exist. And we have published of those, I don't know, let's say, I'm not sure what's the last letter in the normal book. Let me just check. Last letter is numbered 354, and now there are also these letter A, B, and C. The reason is a bit complicated. In the original publication, they just numbered, and because everybody referenced a number when they talk about certain letters, they decided to not change the numeration. But if it's ordered by chronology, so the letter 347 is after 346. But a new letter was put in that was written after 347 that is now called 347A that was added. And I think it adds up, is it 150 letters or something like that were added to this list already. So we are 500 letters in, 400, 500, something like that. And I would assume there are still a good 500 to 700 letters unpublished. So there's still quite a bit. The problem is a lot of these letters must not necessarily be law related. I think the Balrogs communicated telepathically. Yeah, I would agree on this. Hi all, come for Long Chris podcast again. Yes. All the Bionicle fan, nice to see you. I like the idea that the Balrog in the Lord of the Rings has spent so long hidden from the others that it may have even forgotten how to speak. That's an interesting idea, the Bionicle fan. I would agree on that. It was too great to understand. Also, let me just can't read for solid sound to battle Big Boss Morgoth and prevent Metal Gear from launching nukes all over Middle Earth in the show. Just joking. Well, let's hope the showrunners don't take notes here. It might bring them, give them some, let's say, interesting ideas. A 30-minute dialogue from Morgoth that he tried to stop Valar mass brainwashing the population of Middle-earth. Yeah, that sounds like Metal Gear. Sounds about right. Here we go. All news I'm aware of from Comic-Con. Anything revealed soon after. It's a news today. Not necessarily today. It's more the trailer last week and some of the details. There was some news about Elrond being a Numenor and stuff like that, or some leaks that we might also be able to discuss. Thank you for streaming. No problem. If you like Rings of Power, let's put it that way. I will never in my life watch season 1 again. That should maybe answer your question. I'm not even sure if I will ever dive into season 2 again. So I don't know. I thought though season 2 was better than 1, so maybe season 3 is better. And one of the news is definitely that they want to get rid of the half-foot section. There won't be half-foot scenes in season 3, which I think is good because even though I like the actors, I like Poppy and Nori, but and the others, the problem is the story doesn't help the overall construct of the story. There's just too much going on. It always takes a little bit screen time away from the more important stuff for the story as a little side stuff. It didn't work too well, so removing that for now. They might reappear in a later season or something. I find it interesting that the way they phrased it, that it doesn't mean they can't appear in the later season. It was not, no, they will be totally back at a later point. It was, we see how it goes and then we decide. It sounds more like that. My basic programming. I don't recall Gandalf speaking a spell when he struck the goblins dead in the cave in the Misty Mountains. Yeah, it was just suddenly a flash out of nowhere. It looked like they have a disagreement. One thing I might check from season 2 is what Galadriel said about when she last saw Celeborn. Did they say it had been 1,000? I don't know anymore. I can't tell you, but I guess time is a very fluid concept in Rings of Power for sure. He uses this crown to block the sword, the flaming sword of the Balrog here, which is interesting because it's Morgoth's crown. So I don't know. For my taste, it's a bit overly dramatic in a way. It's kind of again the idea of the scene must look cool. It does not necessarily have to make any sense or whatsoever. I personally, I don't mind the Balrog talking, to be honest. I think it was Otaku Senpai who said it as well. And I don't like the idea that he meets a Balrog at all, in a way. There is an interesting note in The Lord of the Rings itself. about the Balrog coming up. Just have to find... where was it though? It was in Lord of the Rings. I think it was a footnote. There's no footnotes in Appendix B. Where was it, chat? I found it. Maybe I can tell you where it is. It's in Durin's Folk. And there we can read, the dwarves delved deep at that time, seeking beneath Barazinbar for mithril, the metal beyond price that was becoming yearly ever harder to win. And as a footnote 1, thus, but I can read it to you. It's just a reference to page 113, I think, when Gandalf talks about it, when they are crossing Moria. And then it is, thus they roused from sleep a thing of terror that, flying from Thangorodrim, had laid hidden at the foundations of the earth since the coming of the host of the west, a Balrog of Morgoth. Durin was slain by it, Durin the Sixth, and the year after Nain the First, his son. And then the glory of Moria passed, and its people were destroyed or fled far away. Most of those that escaped made their way into the north, and Throin the First, Nuin's son, came to Erebor, the lonely mountain, near the eastern eaves of Mirkwood, and there he began new works, and became king under the mountain. In Erebor he found the great jewel, the Arkenstone, heart of the mountain, but Thorin the First, his son, removed and went into the far north of the Grey Mountains, where most of Durin's folk were now gathering. So that's kind of the story at this time. And footnote 2, which is, thus they roused from sleep, and sleep has a footnote. Very interesting. Or released from prison. It may well be that it had already been awakened by the malice of Sauron. So Tolkien gives us two options. Either the dwarves delved too deep and woke Durin's bane from its slumber, possibly one, or they kind of found where it was hiding in a place where it was basically imprisoned. So I don't know, maybe the mountain changed while it was asleep, and the chamber it hid, it had trouble getting out again. And now that the dwarves made all these tunnels and so on and so forth, they opened this chamber and now it could escape. But it was the dwarves' fault. And it says it had already been awakened by the malice of Sauron. So it was awake, it was not still slumbering. It was already there, but it couldn't escape and was imprisoned, and the dwarves kind of made it. For what the show does, both of it doesn't make too much sense, I guess. Because it's very important that we read the first sentence here of this passage. It came to pass that in the middle of the Third Age, Durin was again its king, being the sixth of that name. The power of Sauron, servant of Morgoth, was then again growing in the world, though the shadow in the forest that looked towards Moria was not yet known for what it was. All evil things were stirring. The dwarves delved deep at that time. So, it is possible that Sauron's malice at whatever time already woke the Balrog up, but it's definitely clear that it was in a place in the mountains that was not easily accessible. That's 100% clear. And the only way to access it was the time in the Third Age, roundabout when Durin was king again, in the middle of the Third Age. Durin the Sixth, just for completeness sake, lived. Let me just look it up really quick. Also hope the chat is still working. He lived. He was born Third Age 1731, and he died 1980. So that's the time frame we are talking about, chat. So we are 2000 years into the Third Age, and only then it got freed. So the question is, how would Sauron find it and get there? The reason why this is important, the reason the Balrog was hiding was that he had to hide from the Valar and from all the good forces in the world who destroyed Morgoth in the War of Wrath. And the Balrogs, or some of them, maybe only one, maybe two, who knows, but at least one escaped. And he decided, okay, I'm out of here, I just hide. I have to hide really good. I can't hide a little bit. I have to hide so well that not even I can find a way out. So he went into the Misty Mountains, deep, deep under the earth, and hid there, for never to be found. And only when the dwarves delved too deep, they awoke this old terror, which is a very cool idea of Tolkien. But it makes very little sense that Mr. Sauron knows his address and just goes there and talks to him. Like it's nothing. Like, what is the reason that he can do this? How does he know where he lives? Why can he enter his chamber, considering that it's clearly stated that he was kind of almost like in prison there? You could argue the show does a lot of things that is not written in the books and make no sense, but the books are the foundation and of this channel here, of the content, of the lore we often discuss, so I can only give you the book perspective. From my perspective, it makes very little sense. Would it be good for the show? I don't know. I think it's another case of we have our creature fun checklist, and we have already the Ents, and we have the Barrow-wights, and we have, I don't know, what other creatures did appear. Well, in the trailer we saw the Oliphaunts. We have the... What other creatures, chat, did we see in the show? We kind of forgot. Also have to keep up with chat, I'm a bit sorry. But reading chat while talking is often not that easy. It doesn't have to be kaiju. I mean, it's great. I think the Peter Jackson depiction, which this depiction here leans heavily into, goes a bit with that. Originally, the Balrogs in the Fall of Gondolin were a bit bigger. They were less powerful, of course. They were kind of different Balrogs, you could say. But they were like 2 or 3 times the height of an elf. So if an elf is 2 meters something, a Balrog is 4 to 6 meters high. But later, they became taller than men. The depiction part is always difficult. I'm fine with it. It's a big fiery demon. That's what they kind of are. I don't mind anything anymore, since in my mind the show is something totally different, totally divided from Tolkien's Legendarium. That's true. The only thing being fun about it is discussing it with you guys about the lore. That's true. It comes a speculative question. Why didn't Sauron make use of Durin's Bane at the Battle of the Last Alliance or elsewhere? This scene could provide an answer. Yeah, I assume that Sauron, also the book explanation would be Sauron does not know that the Durin's Bane exists or where he is. Like, I don't see any evidence ever for Sauron contacting a Balrog or trying an alliance or something like that. I mean, yeah, they could explain. Maybe they don't leave in good terms, so he would not help his former colleague, you could say, both employed by Morgoth once. I can cut the show some slack since it's not Tolkien's Middle-earth. That is true, but I mean, we are here. This is mostly a Tolkien channel by these days, and we know the books very well. Hey, Asa, really nice to see you. Also, all the others welcome who might have just joined in. It's more about what's the idea behind it, and would it be plausible from a book's perspective? Even though, of course, we can always say the show does its own stuff. It doesn't care too much about what's written in the books and changes and structures the story completely different, which is fine. I don't mind that. But if we want to talk about it, we, of course, as a Tolkien fandom, we kind of have to talk about what's written in the books. So it's not. Don't see it more as a criticism of mine. It just is. Is there any evidence for this in the book? Sometimes it's interesting to look into this. Sometimes not. As a book fan and sometimes hard to ignore for me personally, like the changing of the order of how the rings were forged. That is true. I mean, later Sauron might know in the Third Age that the Balrog exists because his orcs are in Moria and they potentially have met the Balrog there. So they know there is some ancient creature there. At this point he might know, but he might be too busy getting contact. Like, Sauron is not on his most powerful side of things this late in the Third Age. Most of the Third Age is Sauron hiding after his fall at the end of the Second Age. It took some time for him to recover. At the time of Durin the Fourth, in Moria especially, there shouldn't be too many orcs around. Maybe some, but not too many. There's still some attack stuff or some war stuff going on in the far north, in Gundabad. Not sure if I hit it correctly. It's really hard to. Not sure why the arrow is always jumping. Gundabad should be around about here, north of the Misty Mountains. But yeah, that's where Durin awoke. It's a sacred place for the dwarves, so you could say. Very important to them, but often under threat, and sometimes under control of the orcs, sometimes under control of the dwarves. Yeah, Tolkien suggests, as said in the quote I just read, he says either the dwarves roused it from sleep, or it was awakened by the malice of Sauron. So maybe when Sauron malice grew again in Tolkien's world, he might have decided to it might have wakened the Balrog. Might have I don't know what the correct word is. But you know what I mean. Yeah, the Balrog worships Morgoth, is a servant of Morgoth, not of Sauron. Even if Sauron claims to be the new Dark Lord, not sure if Balrog would ally with him as somebody. He's more an equal. That's also what from the interviews and the panels. It also sounds like they want to portray them as equals. That's why potentially we see him here, the Balrog attacking this little dude here, Sauron. Attacking him in a way. They talk from the leaks of the scenes. It's a little bit about how about what Sauron has become, or how his approach to messing around with the free peoples of Middle Earth. Who knows? Are we allowed to like the show here? In theory, you can like the show, I guess. It's always, as you say, in the fandom, it's a little bit difficult sometimes, because it sometimes triggers people a little bit, the show, and that's always unfortunate. But of course, I wish all the people who have fun with the show, a lot of fun with it, enjoy the show. If you don't mind that others might not enjoy the show so as much for other reasons, but sometimes these ideas or concepts clash with each other in a way that's always a bit unfortunate. I still think you can criticize the show. Always try to, at least, to give it a fair chance. It becomes difficult, I have to admit, over the last 2 seasons. I'm not so happy with many things. I don't mind changes, but often I feel like some elements are not that greatly structured or written in the show. Still, the show has its moments, for sure. And if you don't mind some of the stuff that annoys me, then for sure, why wouldn't you like the show then? I know, Tolkien fandom is interesting. I think the Tolkien fandom is very puristic in a way, and a bit, as a result, I'm not sure if that's the correct word, but a bit more conservative when it comes to what Tolkien has written. People want that everything, at least the hardcore fans often want that everything is like Tolkien wrote it. Not every hardcore fan, but they definitely exist, and if everything goes against it, it's a problem. I think it comes a bit from the, Tolkien is not that often adapted compared to other franchises. How many media is there that adaptations are there of Tolkien works in our time that we got to this point that have also relevance? We have Peter Jackson movies. That's basically it. We have Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit movies. The Hobbit movies weren't that great either, for other reasons. So that always makes things a bit difficult. Usually the toxic aspects of fandom are tied to right-wing reactionary culture, war garbage. Just have to accept that losers will never grow up. Find communities that allow enjoy. And I have to admit, it really, especially when the show came out, I had so weird people in my comments and so on. It was a bit unfortunate. You definitely see this culture war stuff going on where I rarely ban people or remove comments from my comment sections, but like I said, suddenly I have some Holocaust deniers in my comment section. I think, dude, just go away. Just had to ban them, and then I guess it was okay. Never showed up again. But I hope it's like that. It's problematic, and you definitely notice there is a lot of stuff currently going on in the world, and it also has its little side battlefields. You are not sure if it's side battlefield, but different fields where people kind of confront each other about their ideas. And Tolkien's fandom is definitely one of them, unfortunately. It's really weird. Quite often true, but always, yeah. I hope it's better here, but it's difficult. It's definitely difficult. The Balrog is such a cool character, it would almost be a waste not to make use of it in the show. I don't know. Is a Balrog an interesting character? It's like an old, ancient demon creature or entity that's very powerful from a time long ago. And yeah, I don't know. That makes it always a bit difficult that it doesn't talk. So is it's like cool and people like it because it's mysterious. But I'm personally thinking the show does not need to bring me every weird creature that in existence into the show. Especially if it's a second age show. I often feel a bit like it's... I don't know. Like in Lord of the Rings it appears, but not every creature that is mentioned in Lord of the Rings also need an appearance in the second age. Now we have the Fell Beast, we have the Mumakil, we have the Mumak, we have the Balrog again, it was also in the last seasons here and there. And people often wondered, why is it even there? I don't know. We have the Ents, we have the Eagles, we have nameless things, kind of. Or Sappa as it's now called. We have giant trolls. I mean, some of that is okay, but especially we have Barrow Wights that also, the Barrow Wights are interesting and cool. I agree on this, but it's a third age entity or creature, whatever you want to call those. It's not necessarily something that is prominent in the second age. We have the Snow Troll, which is mentioned in the text about Helm Hammerhand. And just catch up with chat here a little bit. Okay. Dago Senpai, no! You missed, I think, a space in one of your messages after a dot, and then now the bot thinks you posted a link. You can't you can't ping Dr. Demon because Dr.Demon the bot sees as a thing. It's a bit stupid. And I'm sorry for the inconvenience here. I did not expect. I can just give you the mess. I can just copy paste your message because I can post links. But the bot sees Dr.Demon as a thing here. That's stupid, to be honest. I don't know why that is. Sorry. No problem. It's just I just would wish that the bots that check for links, because they don't want anybody to be able to post links in chat and stuff. It's always a bit completely messy. Don't worry about this. Yeah, it's just if you write a message like and you miss a space, like I don't know, hello and whatnot. I don't know. We have this problem in the past, so sorry for that, Otaku Senpai. How will the season end? I assume it ends with Sauron being taken to Numenor. They have only 2 seasons left. So they would need 1 season, the downfall of Numenor. They need 1 season, the rise of Arnor and Gondor and the War of the Last Alliance. So they have 2 seasons left. So they must bring Sauron to Numenor or prepare that for next season having the downfall of Numenor, I would suggest. I think the creation of the One Ring will be in the middle of the season already to show how powerful it is. And then we will see. No, so I would agree that it's not as heated, but it starts. It's also kind of coming over here, the whole culture war stuff. I'm curious to see how they integrate Celeborn into the story at this point. Yeah, I'm also very curious about that. But yeah, Dr. Demon Tail, evening people, how are people's opinions about the trailer? I found it be quite well made. As always, the show looks amazing, and Campbell Bower as Celeborn is a hype for me in itself. Curious, optimistic, I guess, but heard too many times, yeah, feel pretty much the same. Trailer was done well, a lot of stuff in it. We did recently on the German Tolkien Society YouTube, or Twitch channel to be precise. We did a trailer analysis stream, and as a result, we had to go through every picture in it. It was like, even though the trailer is just, I don't know, 60, there's just 1 minute and, how long is the trailer? I don't know, 1 minute 50, 1 minute 30, something like that. It's relatively short trailer, below 2 minutes, definitely. And it has like, I don't know, 62 different scenes in it or something like this. If you do the math, like let's say it's 1 minute 50, so that would be 110 seconds divided by 62. You have like let's say 60 or something. 110. Let's say it's 2 minutes. It's easier to calculate. If you have 60 images, 60 different scenes in it, it's 2 minutes. You have 2 seconds for every scene. And if some scenes are shown a bit longer than 2 seconds, then other scenes are just like there for the blink of an eye. Kind of. I think Tobias from the German Tolkien Society calculated, it said like the average is like 5 seconds. So I don't know how long the trailer is and how many scenes it was. I'm bad with numbers, but you get the point. So there was a lot of stuff in it already. But yeah, really hard to tell in this regard. Only 2 Hobbits in 1968, and then Off the Shelf series. That was dubbed by the narrator, and Lord of the Rings was played on BBC 1981 with Holm playing Frodo. I don't even know what post got flagged. I think every post where you ping Dr. Demon Tail directly because the name has a dot in it and it thinks it's a link for whatever stupid reason. It's a bit problematic. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. It should end with Sauron will be a giant burning tall man. I don't know. I think Sauron must lose his body in Numenor first for this to happen. That will happen next season. The Veil of Sauron is lifted in season 3 and we get more lore accurate portraits. I think it might be a bit more lore accurate now. Except for the Balrog and the Fellbeast, but... Who is the evil wizard? One of the blue wizards. I like my favorite idea for our wizard friend. My favorite idea for it would be that he is not one of the Istari, which we know he is, because it was said multiple times. But he would just be a normal mortal and he would become the Witch King. I think that would be much cooler if you build him up in the East as his character for like 2 seasons or whatever. Let's just imagine the last season would have been better in this section. Then I could imagine it would be cool if he would become the Witch King or something like that. I don't know. We will see later on what they will do with Sauron. After the fall of Numenor, it will be interesting to see. Yeah, the dwarves I also liked most in the past seasons. Like in the first season, the dwarves were pretty much the best. But in the second season, it got a bit weaker with the dwarves. But therefore, the Celebrimbor Anatar thing was done relatively well, I think. Mumakil and trolls is understandable. In fact, at least some logical way assume that Mumakil around the Second Age, Balrog must be somewhere, but was it active at this time or when? Yeah, as I said, the Balrog was definitely not active at this time. And I think at this time Sauron didn't even know it existed, so if he can talk, in theory, he's able to communicate. If he does, or how he would do it, or which language, really hard to tell. I don't know. I guess Sauron would be able to speak the language of the Balrog anyway, because they both served Morgoth at some time. It might be some proto-black speech, or they can speak, because they are both Ainur, they could speak Valarin, I think it's called. Hey, speak up, nice to see you. I wouldn't count on it. Do you think we will get female Nazgul? Maybe. I don't know though. The Nazgirls was a term we used in the past. Or the Nazgals. That was pretty good. It was the acolytes of the Dark Wizard, I think we called the Nazgirls. Or Nazgals. Kind of funny, but yeah, it is possible that they will have a female Nazgul because of the it's not clear who became the Nazgul anyway, so they could make anything up. And for example, in the case of 3 rings to the Elven Kings under the sky. No, it's not under the sky. Or is it? Yeah, it's under the sky. In German, it's high and light. I always have to think about which version was what. Ring inscription. 3 rings for the Elven Kings under the sky. Well, only one of the 3 who got the ring was actually a king, and that was Gil-galad. And then the ring also went at this time to Galadriel, who he's not a king and she's not male, but she is a female lady of the royal house, so to say, but she's not a queen. And then one was gifted, or maybe by Gil-galad, to Círdan, who was also not a king. So it's a kind of a strange line. As a result, you can make an argument, well, in theory, even though it says, I mean, it doesn't say too much. It says 9 for mortal men doomed to die. Men in the case of human, like as a word like humans, to mortal humans. Eärien could become a Nazgul. Yeah, she might become a Nazgul. I would also explain why they never talk about her ever again. And then it would also be quite tragic. Kemen would be a potential. We need, in theory, if they stick to what's written in the Silmarillion, we need 3 Númenóreans. And Pharazôn can't become a Nazgul if they stick to what's written in the book, because he is elsewhere. I think I heard that Tolkien wrote the ring verse very early in the story creation process. Yeah, he also had a version where the elves got 9 rings instead of 3. Kind of funny. If which king saw a Balrog, what will be his reaction? I don't know. He might be intimidated by the Balrog, I would say. I find it interesting how the auto translates stuff here and there. Do you want more Tom Bombadil? Not really. Like, it's another on these funny things in Tolkien's universe checklist. Wouldn't call him a creature, but a powerful entity. And he also has he existed in the Second Age. I would not have minded if he had a short cameo while Elrond and his friends were traveling through the forest or something. But just having him in the Far East and teaching Gandalf was not on my bingo card, I would say. I mean, it was at some point very clear that it must be Gandalf. They played too much with it to make him not Gandalf, but I don't know. Even that Gandalf is already there makes very little sense, especially as an Istar. I think it's a rumor. It's one of the rumors that's currently there that he might be Pallando, but I think that he's one of the Blue Wizards is the most likely scenario here. If he's Pallando or Anatar, I don't know, but one of these. He will be. He won't be Saruman. Otherwise, we might have named Durin's brother Frerin as a homage to the brother of Thorin, Oakenshield. That is, if he is not intended to be Thorin the First. Yeah, it might also be complicated. I'm curious what they will do with Khazad-dûm in this regard. Will the Balrog now just destroy Khazad-dûm and then it's gone already and they found Erebor or whatever? What makes so little sense. I really need to cut it short on my end. I do work tonight. I need some sleep before. Sleep well then, Otaku-senpai. The VOD will be there. Your presence is much appreciated. My timing of the streams is not great, it seems, because I always catch you a bit off guard there. If the Dark Wizard is revealed to be Saruman after all, I will be very pissed. Yeah, I can see that. Anybody knows if any one of the professor's grandchildren are as versed and interested in their grandfather's work? Is somebody working on puzzling it all together right now? I don't know, to be honest. I could imagine not like Christopher, yeah, that's for sure. I guess also Christopher Tolkien's sister Priscilla was also, I guess not as much as Christopher, because Tolkien often mentions Christopher in this way. Yeah, he's basically the only one who is interested in my works. Why didn't the Valar send green, orange, red, pink, etc. wizards? That's a good question. I assume I don't know why Tolkien went with these specific colors. It's a good question. Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for that. Well, Tolkien didn't write it. Pink is, I think, color-wise too... Like, they were supposed to be kind of undercover, so a pink wizard... Pink is such an unusual color in the world. Just imagine, I don't know, you are in ancient times, I don't know, Iron Age or something like that, Bronze Age, there's some pink dude in pink robes runs around. It would be very unusual. Everybody would say, I've never seen this color before, kind of. Well, not sure since when people were able to color things pink. I know that especially yeah, farewell, Otaku-senpai, have a good one. Sleep well. That was a Bailey. I think, who edited the letters from Father Christmas, if I remember correctly, yes. That was the second wife, I think. Of Christopher Tolkien. But yeah, I don't know. Is anybody into dyeing things? Like with dye? Yeah, maybe we can try to figure it out. I don't know. Let's say it's an unusual request. Thing concerning green skin, expression of being... Who has green skin? Corrupted by Sauron? That's interesting. I guess... Okay, according to this here, vibrant fade-resistant pink dyes only became widely accessible after 1856. But it seems like plant and insect-based dyes also existed ancient times ago already. Interesting. But yeah, I think these kind of colors would be much more difficult to make, and it would be a bit too extra, you know, some what do you call it, extravagant. What's that in English? Extravagant. Okay, that's how I pronounce it. Yeah, something like that. Some Valar also have colors. Yes, kind of interesting. Wizards have their colors gray, white, blue, brown. Mountain ranges have their colors white, blue. Elves have their colors gray, green, etc. Maybe there's a specific way how Tolkien thought about how stuff might be colored. In the first Hobbit movie, Gandalf told Thorin that in the Dark Years, trolls were around the same place that where Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit happened in Eriador. I don't remember it that also in the books. Yeah, especially in the troll shores in Eriador, there were definitely trolls. For sure. No, he wants to be Mr. Pink, Reservoir Dogs. So yeah, that was here we see Disa and Durin the Fourth. I'm still not a fan that he's also called Durin. It makes very little sense. I still have not understood why there are two Durins yet. I don't get it. That's also strange. The Balrog, like I said, I don't mind him speaking. I mind him appearing, to be honest, because it feels like, does the story really need the Balrog? It's more like fan service. It's not the end of the world. It's okay. I find it even, what I don't like is, like, the rumor is he asks kind of the Balrog for advice for creating the One Ring. And he learns a thing or two there from the Balrog. That, in my opinion, makes... I'm not a fan of that. Is there a troll king or legendary named Troll? I don't know, to be honest. Maybe? There's a legendary named Orc. Well, there's some orcs who were kind of legendary in this regard, but beyond that, I don't know. William Huggins. Well, yeah, the three trolls from The Hobbit, I guess, are the most famous ones. So, yeah, curious. We have seen multiple images. Let's see if I can find those. Like the image we see here, Durin Disa, Durin will become king, and then there will be some, I assume, contest or strife between him and his brother. Yeah, just blend myself out for a moment. Speaking of, we have this picture, which I also thought about getting for using as a picture, but it's a bit too dark. Not a good thumbnail picture, I think. Dwarven Kin Strife, no. But it seems like the Nazgul are in Khazad-dûm and visit there. It's not the Nazgul, it's the Naznagol or whatever they call them here. So in this regard, we know there will be a visit. In Khazad-dûm. So yeah, the dwarves, I don't know. Would it make sense for the Nazgul to visit Khazad-dûm? Yeah, maybe. It would make more sense, in my opinion, if Sauron gave the 7 or 6 rings to the dwarves here. But that is not the case. The dwarves already have their rings. So that makes very little sense from my perspective. So maybe he wants to further destabilize Khazad-dûm. He could do this using the brother and using a potential strife between them for the throne. Maybe his brother wants to work together with Sauron, and of course Durin does not want to do this. It's very difficult, I think. Especially if you call your son Durin and you basically make clear, this is my heir. And then the last Durin is gone. kicking Durin out of his kingdom, it will be tough. I don't know. I'm not 100% happy how this is written and structured anyway, so it's a bit weird in my opinion. Not sure what your opinion is on the Nazgul here. I mean, it kind of makes sense, to be honest, that he tries to destabilize Khazad-dûm. I guess that's something that Sauron maybe would do. But I don't know. Yeah, it must be. I think we already got an image of the brother of Durin, maybe even a name. I'm not sure if I find it though. Let me see if I can find it. I can't find it, chat. Not sure if there was even a leaked image already or something. No, I can't find it, chat. Maybe I also misremember here. Okay, chat. Bit unfortunate. I could swear I saw it somewhere. Visuals of Chris. Yes. After Thousand Forges a 1, he would be expected to have some domination over Durin, I think, but it won't work. Yeah, that will be interesting to see. The One Ring does not work for dwarves. Dwarves can't be controlled. If there is a named Durin in my mind, he must automatically be the next king and ruler of Durin's folk. Yeah, I think so as well. It would be weird if a reincarnate, like, it's Durin's folk, and if you have a reincarnation of Durin. The problem is the show doesn't have reincarnations of Durin, at least never established. That's why it's so weird that they are back to back. It's weird if the other is reincarnation of the other, if he's... Like, it makes no sense. I'm not sure why the show did this. It makes so little sense in my opinion. Today I watched a short analysis of Gollum's speech and grammar by a linguist. Oh, interesting. Yeah, what other images, leak stuff do we have? There is like the statue of... We've seen that at least. Try to find the chat. It's a bit difficult. So there was like an image of a statue who might have been Elros in Numenor, and there might be some flashback between Elrond and Elrond. Elrond is a brother of Elros. Elrond decided to be an elf, his brother to be men, and his brother became the first king of Numenor. That will be interesting to see. Very curious. According to, I don't know, rumors, it seems like the actor of Elrond plays both Elrond and his twin brother. So that makes sense, I think. It makes no sense. Could be applied to any part of the show. That is true. Jesus has epic in that image. Yeah. It's very interesting to see what they will do in Khazad-dûm. I just hope you people also had some more insights here. Because sometimes it's difficult to find all the stuff, you know what I mean? It really is difficult sometimes. But yeah, if we come back to the Balrog though, I know we talked already about it. That's strange. Production. What I find strange is, like, if it's true that he asked the Balrog for help when it comes to forging the One Ring. I find this so weird, you know? Hey, Crafty Spirit, nice to see you. I find it always so weird because the Balrog, like the One Ring, is the magnum opus of Sauron. You know what I mean? Like in the book Sauron had this plan, he had it planned out for such a long time. And book Sauron also sacrificed quite a bit for it. We have this note from people from Unfinished Tales where we can read about that the orcs laughed. Some of the orcs he wanted to recruit laughed at him because they didn't take Sauron serious in his disguise as Anatar. So he could not change his disguise. He had to stick to it. Went through his plan, endure the scorn of Galadriel in Eregion, and so on and so forth. He had to do a lot to make this plan work. At the end, it doesn't work out for him. He fails with his plan. He can't control the elves when he creates the One Ring. And then he's mad and attacks Eregion and gets the rings back for himself. But the 3 rings of the 19 there could be hidden. Not sure what's with the lesser rings, though. However, the creation of the One Ring is like a very important, special point in time. Like, this is nothing. Like Sauron in the show always looks a bit like he hasn't planned out anything. He's just freestyling the whole time, and it takes a little bit away from his genius. Like if you freestyle the time, you could say yeah, it's your skill that you can make it work in a way, but always feels also a bit like yeah, you got a bit lucky here and there. And that's not necessarily my understanding of what the One Ring is. The One Ring is like an artifact that's so powerful that it will definitely... He forges not the One Ring, he forges the fate of Middle-earth for the next thousands of years with it. Like, so much of what is to come will have to do with the One Ring and its power. So it's one of the most important events, and finding the ring back in the Third Age is one of the most, by Bilbo then, or by Gollum before, it's one of the most important events of the Third Age. And so much power and energy is thrown out to, or is just brought up to find it and bring it back. And Saruman knows when he gets it, he might become the ruler of Middle-earth, and Sauron knows when he would get it back, he would also become most likely undisputed in Middle-earth if he would get his power back. The reason is the elves are so weak in the Third Age, and they are leaving, their numbers are dwindling, they're not as powerful anymore, and so on. Well, they are maybe still as powerful, but they are not as strong in numbers that they would need to fight Sauron, which was very different at the time of Eregion. Even there, Sauron was able to defeat the elves. It was only thanks to Numenor that Sauron got defeated in the end. Spoiler. And so the One Ring is such an important event in its forging. I feel like, why can't it be Sauron's work alone? Like, I don't know why it always is like, yeah, Sauron is an idiot. He needs help. He can't do this alone. You know what I mean? That it feels so. This idea feels so strange to me. That Sauron maybe doesn't first try creation of the ring and needs to experiment a little bit. Okay, I can understand that. But he goes to a Balrog and asks him about forging rings, because Balrogs are not really known for forging anything. Feels very strange for me. Like, Balrogs were, in my opinion, always more like the warriors. The most powerful warriors of Morgoth. At least in the later iterations. As early, there were armies of Balrogs. In later iterations, there were like only a handful of Balrogs, but each of them was as powerful as an army. Also all of them being Ainur, so spirit entities that, though took a physical form as his demons, became so very powerful in this world that they are forced to be reckoned with, but they are more soldiers warriors, or I don't know, the muscles of Morgoth, so to say. They are less the crafty schemers and artifact or just entities who would create powerful artifacts. That's not the case. Sauron is the one who was once a Maya of Aule. And he has the knowledge. He was also with a servant of Morgoth, same as the Balrogs for a long time. So he has learned his dark arts from Morgoth, who was the most powerful of the most powerful of the Valar, who was more powerful than all the other Valar together. And only because he spread his power inside the world itself, he could be defeated because the power wasn't focused anymore on one point. It was spread out into the world. So the entity Morgoth became a lot weaker, though his power is still in the world. In this regard, it's a bit strange. What is AB in chat? Did I miss something while talking? Do you think the Noldor multiplied again after the war of Sauron and the elves? Maybe to some extent. I mean, elves are always a bit slow on, like the same as the dwarves, I guess, in bringing up their population. But for sure, they potentially also try to regrow the population a little bit, even though we don't hear much of it. I mean, Elrond's offspring also is born in the Third Age. Though that was much later. That was even after the War of the Last Alliance. I'm not sure when Eladan and Elrohir were born, but Arwen is born at the beginning of the Third Age. I know that her birth date was moved around a little bit. Third Age 241. Hmm. 130 is Eladan, and Elrohir is his twin brother, so they both must be born round about Third Age 130. So there's definitely, we know about some young elves that existed in this time. Or came after it. Legolas might be another example of that generation. And then last season, Durin Disa were very much against the use of the ring. It'll be interesting to see how their feeling about their ring evolves now. It's in their possessions. I could imagine that it might be diminished, and that might be something that his brother can use against Durin. Do we have the image here? No. Wait a moment, chat. I try to find the image. Oh, found it. Took me a moment to find, chat. Sorry for that. As you can see, it seems Durin does not wear the ring. I mean, it could be on his left hand, but he does not wear it on the right hand. You don't see it here in the picture. So it might be that he refuses to use the ring. That this kind of weakens his position. Like they need a plot why his brother might be able to kick him out, or maybe even kick him out of Khazad-dûm. And it's interesting if he now travels to Erebor or something like this and becomes their king on the mountain. He becomes basically Throin or Thrain the First. That would be interesting to see. Also hard to tell what the ratios between elves, men, and dwarves was in the War of the Last Alliance. Anybody know why Galadriel and Arondir are in the company of an orc? I don't know. They need information. According to rumors they learn from them that Sauron wants to create a new ring, which is stupid because that's a secret. Surprise, I made a ring and now I control you. All that was the plan of the ring, the whole point. Yeah, they depict it completely different. Not a huge fan of that because it's such a fundamental concept and idea of Tolkien. And an adaptation here. I said it earlier, we get so few adaptations in the past. There are a few, but it's not like, I don't know, some other program, some other works of art. Like, I don't know. If you look at Shakespeare, like Shakespeare is always, many of his works are always adapted in all kinds of different ways. So if you have so many adaptations, it makes sense that people start experimenting a little bit. But when it comes to the second age of Tolkien, we've never seen it on screen before. This is the first time. So usually you would expect a more conservative approach with little changes and trying to kind of get the essence of what there is right. It's not like we drown in Tolkien adaptations all the time. That's not the case. So I don't know. And here, yeah, it seems like the dwarves, it seems like the orc might also, I don't know if it's true, but it's just a rumor that the orc doesn't like what Sauron is doing and kind of tries to, he gets captured and then, I don't know, they become kind of friends or whatever, something in this direction. It becomes a useful ally for sharing information. I don't know. I said in the video, Tolkien pretty clearly says in History of Middle-earth number 10, Morgoth's ring, as a footnote about mercy on the enemy. If any orcs surrendered and asked for mercy, they must be granted it, even at a cost. So from the perspective of the elves. This was the teaching of the wise, though in the horror of war it was not always heeded. This is written from the perspective of the elves, by the way, as said. And then there's a footnote, even at a cost. There's a footnote and reads, few orcs ever did so in the elder days, and at no time would any orc treat with any elf. For one thing Morgoth had achieved was to convince the orcs beyond refutation that the elves were crueler than themselves. So, yeah, I mean, taking him prisoner and he maybe gives us some information, that's okay, I guess, but that they become kind of friends would be very unusual for an elf and an orc. Would go a little bit against what Tolkien wrote there, but whatever, the show doesn't care anyway. That's all I can just tell you from the book perspective. But yeah, I think the thought is kind of interesting that this might be the entry point. So Durin takes the throne after his father's death, which was also stupid in the last season. It was just like for the cool image at the end, but I thought it was a really weird thing to do. The whole use of the Balrog is, in my opinion, really strange. And now he appears again. It was really busy, the Balrog, considering that he is in his prison or slumbers for thousands of years and is just discovered because the dwarves delved too deep into the mountain and discovered him by accident. So, yeah, I don't know. But here I see that it makes no sense for Durin's the Fourth character to use the ring. He has seen what it does to dwarves, to the mind of a dwarf. We talked about this in the last season already. Like, though the dwarves can't be moved to shadow, to into the unseen, or how was the expression, chat? But where was it? I think it was in Appendix A. Can't find it, chat. Basically, it says dwarves are too stubborn. Now, here it is. I think I found it. Nonetheless, it may well be, as the dwarves now believe, that Sauron, by his arts, had discovered who had this ring, the last to remain free, and that the singular misfortunes of the heirs of Durin were largely due to his malice. For the dwarves had proved untamable by this means, so by the power of the One Ring. The only power over them that the rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with a greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other good things seemed profitless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them. But they were made from their beginning of a kind to resist most steadfastly any domination. Though they could be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows, enslaved to another will. And for the same reason their lives were not affected by any ring, to live either longer or shorter because of it. All the more did Sauron hate the possessors and desire to dispossess them. So dwarves, the whole One Ring stuff doesn't work on the dwarves. It makes them more greedy, that's basically all. And we have seen this very amped up to 11 on Durin the Fourth father, Durin the Third, which is always strange. Like, I hate that they called both Durins. Just such a stupid idea. However, what is interesting is he does not wear the ring, and he has seen what his father does. So I think if his brother would get his hands on the ring, he might be able to claim maybe the throne and convince the people that the current king is weak, especially if he gets pressured by other dwarven kings and so on and so forth. Very difficult. And also, if now the Nazgûl appear in Khazad-dûm, and also pressure him further. There's a scene in the trailer. Let me see if I can find it for you. Let me just switch the screens really quick. I can't play the trailer because then it gets claimed again. And we hate getting claimed again. Where was the trailer? Somewhere down here. There's definitely a conflict here, because we see here the two Nazgul, and we see our friend Durin with the axe. Wait, let's get a better scene here. It's maybe better like this. So we have this here. Not sure if... I also find it weird that Amazon does not upload their trailers in 4K resolution. That's so strange to me, but whatever. Also need to catch up with chat. Adaptation in English, not adaptation. Thank you for the correction there. But it's also Adaption. No, it's in German it's Adaption. It's not Adaptation. Interesting. If Gollum can help Frodo, why not an orc help Galadriel? It's because Gollum is a hobbit and an orc is an orc. Oof. Thug? I'm not sure if it's thug or tuck. Tug. Not sure. Dwarves cannot be corrupted, maybe? Cannot be dominated. Was an orc, they were trapped in Shelob's webs. Uftak was discovered by other orcs, I think by Shagrad. Instead of helping him, they just laughed at him and left him to his fate. Yeah, classic orcs. For no other reason than cruelty. Well, the reason was they did not want to make Shelob angry, so I'm not sure if that's a good reason, but yeah. Maybe the Nazguls are there to get the rings back from the dwarves. I know it's stupid, maybe they do it. It's another possibility. As I just read in the text, when Sauron creates the One Ring, do you think this scene we have seen here in the trailer, do you think that is before Sauron creates the One Ring or after? But yeah, maybe they want back the One Ring. That's not the One Ring, one of the Dwarven rings. That's definitely a possibility for Sauron, because he hated that the rings don't work as he intended on the dwarves. Is that show still on? Yeah, it gets a third season in November. So yes. It's 11th November, I think it starts. For 4 episodes, then 2 episodes, then another 2 episodes. So they just get through all of it pretty fast this time. Will be a nightmare to cover for content creators, by the way. Not sure how to do 4 episodes. Like 3 episodes last time was already really tough to cover. An orc has elf heritage, just like Gollum was a hobbit. Interesting parallel. In a way, yeah. Though in some, like in the later versions, Tolkien thought about giving orcs a men heritage. He was never happy with orcs. Yeah, no, don't worry, just doesn't matter too much. I remember Sleepless Nights, yeah, I also remember those. What was it that I wanted to check, chat? So, yeah, Tolkien wrote that orcs are almost irredeemable. Not fully, though, that's also important. Also, for viewers, 4 hours of Rings of Power, I think after that will be drunk. Those 10-hour live streams, I remember, yeah, we often went through the complete film and trailer and stuff. And a trailer through a complete episode, discussed so much stuff there in these episodes. Here's a close-up shot of this. We can see he's not wearing the ring here. And I think in the other shot, he was also not wearing the ring. So very curious what's going on with this with his brother. And by the way, an interesting detail here. It's hard to see. But here, this dude here in the background, that's 100% Isildur. Missed this in the other thing. Just noticed it when I was discussing the trailer with the German Tolkien Society. That's, hey, this is Isildur. This is definitely Isildur. So he's also back. Pharazôn helmet looks, Tolkien depicted the Númenórean helmet in one of the letters, or the Gondorian crown, to be precise. those 10-hour live streams, I remember, they were better. They were a better experience than the show itself, for sure. Maybe. Thank you, much appreciated. Glad you liked those, but yeah, I don't know. It was tough. How much have I missed? Not that much. We discussed a little bit of this and that here. I think we discussed the Balrog scene. And if Balrogs can talk, and if that makes sense. And it was kind of, I don't mind if they talk or not. I don't think, book-wise, Sauron definitely didn't know at this time, in my opinion, that the Balrog even existed in the Misty Mountains, so that makes very little sense. He would not ask Balrog for advice for making a ring, and I think that takes a little bit away from Sauron's plan of creating the One Ring. Don't like that, to be honest. It diminishes the plan and idea of Sauron creating the One Ring if he needs advice from creatures. It's more like going through a checklist of creatures that they want to go through. I don't mind it too much, not the end of the world, but I feel like it's not very elegant. And then we talked a little about what might happen in Khazad-dûm. And that's basically it, what you pass. Also nice to see you, Great Gribo. Great you're here. Hey Lucas, nice to see you. I don't understand the need for a pure evil race. I mean, case of the orcs, I don't know. I think it just started in a way. The orcs are just like, I don't know, Sauron is some kind of demon, devil, or whatever you want to call it. And the orcs are just his minions. That he, like, the evil needs those to project strength and conquer the lands. And in a way, if you look at Morgoth, Morgoth was nihilistic, so he needed entities that were either sharing his nihilistic view or stupid enough to trust him in a way, or stupid, or let's say twisted enough to trust him in a way. I mean, in theory, Morgoth could promise to men that they that he rewards them well and so on and so forth, and some men were for sure in their service. We see with Sauron, some men are in his service, even if they don't possess or are not controlled by rings. It shows how evil Morgoth and Sauron are to make orcs that way. Yeah, for sure. That's, I guess, another reason. My feed keeps lagging and freezing. Be right back. Okay. Very unfortunate. Sauron sometimes sent prisoners to Shelob. Why not also orcs? Yeah, for sure, it might have happened. But Sauron is cruel. It's interesting that the orcs are also so cruel to each other. Durin's brother. Durin the Younger was not King Durin III's preferred heir, and his brother, whose name we still don't know, is gathering support among the dwarf lords. Yeah, I mean, there was some dissension between, or some strife between Durin the Third and Durin the Fourth. So there's that. But it's still strange that they both are called Durin. The picture, let's see if I can bring the picture back on. Well, they are not Nazguls yet. They are men in Nazgul robes, so they are called Nazgnagol. With Nagol meaning servant, according to the showrunners. I discussed this a little bit last time. It's also one of the details I don't necessarily like, because it would be like those two are basically already employed. But Sauron, all Sauron did or would have need to do is give them the Rings of Power, and then they could be in his service. I'm not sure how they will do this or not, if Sauron needs a ring to control them, or if they already, for getting those rings, they had to basically pledge allegiance to Sauron. Is hard to tell, but it seems like they are definitely willing to work for Sauron at this point. But they're not ring race yet. They are just ring servants, men that still have their physical form. And like I said, I don't like the idea of that, because it's more interesting if you have, for example, you have 9 characters for the 9 rings, and they're just normal people like kings, maybe even with good intentions, and just using at some point they get these rings gifted to them. Maybe they didn't even know who Sauron was at this time, and one by one, over a long period of time, they fall under the thraldom of the One Ring of Sauron. And in a way, it's a very tragic story. Even though they become Sauron's most powerful and feared servants, they definitely were maybe at one time in their life, they were just normal people, just maybe with dreams and hopes, good intentions, maybe even to use the rings for good, to help their people, if they were kings or whatever. And then in this tragedy, they got betrayed, and they can't do anything about it because the power they are forcing is just too big. And for Sauron, men are easy to control and to be corrupted in a way, especially with the power of the One Ring. So I'm a bit worried that this part of the story is already over. But in theory, they could have just gotten the ring from Sauron, and Sauron in the background is still forging the rings. But maybe the ring is already there. They're definitely not race yet. To become race in the books, it takes hundreds of years, at least longer than a lifetime of a normal man. And the show, of course, due to the lack of time, it's just due to the medium, series, film, etc. You always have not enough time to portray these long time spans. In the book, it works better. I wouldn't mind if if more talented writers wanted to show the complexity of orcs. Orcs is always a difficult topic, I think, in it, because Tolkien struggled himself to kind of find an origin story for them that kind of works with his ideas and metaphysic beliefs for his world. And there was always a problem, like having elves as origin for orcs, which the show is clearly going with, makes this very difficult. has a lot of problems. So are orcs that complex? In a way, there's some complexity about them, I guess, but in many ways Tolkien also doesn't use the orcs to be that complex, I think. Did Sauron recover the 9 at the end of the last season? Yes, at the end of last season, Sauron recovered the 9 rings in Eregion. Durin Disa will get twins and name them Durin 5 and Durin 6. Maybe. They already have children and they also seem to appear in the show this time. Now as teenagers. No, the 9 rings are forged already in Eregion. All the rings were forged. The 16 rings were forged there. In the show, first the 3, then the 7, then the 9. In the books, it's lesser rings, 16 rings, so 7 and 9, and then 3 rings when Sauron's away. Then the last ring, the 1 ring, is forged. And then Eregion is attacked after the 1 ring. So Sauron attacks Eregion while having the 1 ring. Also, Sauron then is defeated while having the 1 ring. Interestingly. So yeah, I'm very curious what if this will be before the. I can't tell. I mean, in a way, it would make most sense, as you said, if the 1 ring already existed, because then we knew these people here were already under the control. Kind of interesting that the Nazgul here to the right is quite a bit more slender than the to the left. Do you think this is a woman? It is one of the nice girls. Excuse me. I had to sneeze. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting idea that this could be an Nazgul. In the trailer, we also saw one of them briefly. Draws his sword, has some orcs with him. Not hard to tell if this is also in Khazad-dûm or if it's one of the prisons, dungeons, whatever of Sauron, where maybe also Celeborn will be found. But yeah, it's hard to tell, chat. It really is hard to tell. I'm definitely curious. Like, Khazad-dûm could be very interesting this season, I think. We might see Elrond in Numenor. That's also something that seems clear. I just read that there might be a flashback or something like that. Oh yeah, now I've found the name. Like it's not the leak is, or the rumor is that Durin's brother is called Thrain. Not sure where the image is from. I only try to find the source for it. But as you can imagine, it's always difficult to find. This image of is played by Eddie Marsan, I think it's pronounced. And Durin's brother. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is, chat. This is on IMDb, interestingly. The name of the character is not revealed, but that's how he is supposed to look. Kind of interesting that this image is on IMDb. We can see on imdb.com. Very interesting. Thrain the First founds Erebor, but it's also in the Third Age. Hey Priscilla, nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. It's really strange that this image is on IMDb, isn't it? Hey Serena, nice to see you. Welcome. Let's catch up with chat. If there's an Nazgul, I want it to be Queen Beruthiel, the cat lady. Well, she's also in from the Third Age. But yeah, welcome everybody who's just tuning in. I recently played some Tolkien-themed quizzes, and it's fun to learn the dwarven lineage. But to be fair, it sometimes is kind of broken, or not that. Sometimes there's a few details missing here and there, but yeah. A lot of interesting characters in between. So this was one of the images we had. Another image that was there was the image of our good old friend Kamul, or Khamul, however he's pronounced. But do you think, just bringing back the question, do you think this here is a woman? Considering the more slender look compared to this more bulky dude here over to the left. I'm not sure. Do you think we will see female Nazgul, or I don't know? I mean, it is possible in theory. Who knows? In the meantime, I try to find the other image. Could easily be a Nazgul. Durin, Gloin, Oin, Noin, Doin, Thrain, Thror, Thorin, and you have the Dwarven Kings. Well, let me see. has a new image of our friend. Arazon. I'm going to try to find our good old friend. Kamul. We talked briefly about him. Let me see, where do we have him? Just too many images here, chat, for you. But yeah, this seems to be Kamul. He might be present. He has this metallic thing here. So it is possible. Moment, trailer stuff, I have to be careful, chat. So in theory, just to make a connection, here you also see this. So I would assume this guy here is Kamul. Not sure where he appears, but considering due to the Empire article, this is supposed to be Kamul or Khamul. Not sure how they will pronounce it. Tolkien writes in Appendix E of The Lord of the Rings, there's a note about the KH. K is used in names drawn from other than Elvish languages, because usually with the same value as C. Usually in Elvish languages, you have the C as a letter for K. So Celebrimbor would be an example for Celeb silver. However, when it's not for names drawn from other than Elvish languages, they are spelled with a K. And then with KH, there's a note. KH thus represents the same sound as CH in Orcish, Grishnach, or Adonai Numenorian Adunachor. So it's not Adunachor and Grishnach, it's Grishnach and Adunachor. On Dwarvish Kuzdul, see below. There's a note for Kuzdul, like it is in Kuzdul is different. It's K there again. It's Khazad-dûm, it's Kuzdul, and so on. All written with KH. So according to this, KH thus represents the same sound as in CH in Orcish or in Adunaic. So CH is the German, like in Bach. Karcharos is, I think, written with CH, for example, the hound in the Silmarillion that bites the hand of Beren. Orcish is debased from Westron, is it? It's a bit hard to tell what... Orcish has a lot of influences, like it also has some Black Speech influences, maybe also some Westron and so on. Maybe some other origins in this regard. A petty dwarf Kim, yeah, but in dwarvish names it's the same. It seems like in Orcish names and names of Adunaic, the Numenorean language, the Menish Numenorean language, not they later use Sindarin also and Quenya, until the Kingsmen come back, and then they also start taking Adunaic names again. What is interesting here is, yeah, I don't know, it seems Kamul or Khamul is supposed to be a name that is not Orcish, but that's maybe Black Speech or an Easterling name, because he's from a language spoken in the Far East. That's where Kamul comes from. And I think what is interesting in this context is that it's at the beginning of the word. For me personally, it's a bit strange if KH would be CH at the beginning of a word, but I guess it's not impossible. There are some languages where that is the case. So it could be Khamul. I'm not sure about this. I often still say Kamul because I think it sounds cooler than Khamul, but I think Khamul might be right according to what Tolkien wrote in Appendix E. In a way, it is random, but it's not necessarily because they are related. It's just some language concepts are very common in a lot of languages. Like in a lot of languages, for example, the R is always trilled, even though the languages are not necessarily deeply related or only distantly related. I think in Finnish, for example, the R is trilled, but in Spanish or I don't know, well, I see R as well trilled. I don't know. In some other languages, Germanic languages, it is trilled, while Finnish itself is not a Germanic language. It's a Finno-Ugric language. But so the same can be true for multiple languages. It just seems to be the R is commonly trilled. Like in German, it's the throat R, but in many languages, Old English is an example, the R is always trilled. The way currently modern English pronounces the R is quite unusual, actually. I guess in some Slavic languages it might be also trilled. So yeah, in this regard, difficult to tell. What is interesting, that we have our friend Kamul here, and I assume that is the same as this guy here. That is Kamul with his mask. I assume the Kamul we see here is when Sauron does his selection for the Nazgul and gives the ring to certain men, and then they come into his service, I would assume. And I definitely hope that we learn a little bit more about the other Nazgul. I'm also curious what is with the Numenoreans, if we see any Numenoreans becoming Nazgul. I mean, they are still not the Nazgul that we know yet, so they could still be killed in the show. Let's say Naznagol is killed, then, I don't know, his ring is collected and given to somebody else who replaces him. That could be one of the Numenorians or something. Even if we now get to see 9 different characters, I don't know. Welcome, Priscilla. Nice to see you. Too tired to type, apparently. Yeah, it happens. Very late here in Europe. I'm yawning from time to time. But yeah, welcome. Nice to see you also here, and all the others who might have joined. So Kamul, yeah, it's interesting. I would love to just jump through the trailer, but it's production-wise such a nightmare for me, because last time I got claimed if I just dared to play something. Okay, we discussed this in the show as well, chat. Something interesting. Maybe we can go through the trailer a little bit here. So we see most likely Mordor and Mount Doom, Amon Amarth, or Orodruin, the fiery mountain, in the background. And then I suppose this might be Barad-dûr. On the podcast with the German Tolkien Society, they write it. No, wait, let me just find the chat here. They spell it, I think, Nazknagol, something like this. Nazknagol. Nazk means ring, Nagol means servants. Nazknagol would be then ring servant, because they're not ring race yet, which is Nazgûl. I assume that Nagol, Tolkien erklärt, Lucas, shoutouts, had an interesting idea what the origin might be. In Lord of the Rings, we have the black speech word. Let me just look it up really quick. Snaga. I'm just thinking, what was the word? Snaga. Which means slave. Related, no doubt, was the word uruk of the black speech, though this was applied as a rule only to the great soldier orcs that at this time issued from Mordor and Isengard, or Isengard, Isengard, whatever it's pronounced. The lesser kinds were called, especially by the Urukai, Snaga, slave. So we have, if you leave the S out, you have Naga, and if you make, let's say, not a fully slave, but a little slave, you could maybe make something like Nagol out of Naga, Snagol, Snaga, Naga, something like that might be the linguistic explanation into this. So yeah, that might be the explanation. Oh, I woke up at 4. Okay, it's a long day. Test. Ah, now it works. My chat wasn't updating. Is the other chat still updating? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm always a bit worried that some stuff here doesn't work. Yeah, but do you think, to come back to the point, do you think we see the image in the background that Barad-dûr, this is Barad-dûr, most likely, it's a bit close, I guess, but whatever. Do you think it's still in construction or it's completed? Barad-dûr, the Black Tower. Very curious what you people would think there. Looks like under construction to me. And that's another shot in the trailer. Let me see if I can find it. Like I said, last time I skipped a bit through it. I got claimed, so I have to be a bit careful. But for example, you see this shot here where we see, I think it is crows flying through this. We know there's like a difference between ravens and crows in Tolkien's world. One are the good ones, the other are the evil ones. Later we also know the Crebain used by Saruman. However, here you see part of Barad-dûr, and you don't see any cranes or anything, or I'm not sure what is Baugerüst in English. Constructing scaffold, something like that. So you don't see any of that. Also, an interesting theory. We see maybe this is a flashback. Galadriel and Celeborn in the trailer. Do you think that we see another Sauron gets in her mind and tries to trick her scene? Very curious about that. We see the orc friend of Arondir. For his name, will be interesting to see what's going on there. We talked about this briefly. And we see the Nazgul on the horse, or Nazgnagol on the horse. It is again Khamûl, interestingly. So, and in the trailer, the next scene cuts to this scene here, where they have the orc we have seen in the scene before. He has also this nose ring and nose other thing here. And they are hiding. Almost looks like they are hiding under a root. The famous scene, and then it's Nazgûl, it's Khamûl or Khamûl searching for them, which is interesting. And maybe a bit too much fan service, but I thought it was kind of interesting to see this connection. One of the Nazgûl searching for them, they are kind of hiding. Then, yeah, the Fell Beast. Like I said, I find a bit... We hear also in the scene the Nazgûl shriek. And we know that these Fell Beasts can also have a shriek. The design is... I'm okay with that. There's another scene where we see it a bit better. Like I said, the Fell Beasts existed for a long time for sure, but I think they first came to use in Mordor in the Third Age. So this is another check on your list, oh, we need these creatures. We have Tom Bombadil and Ents. We have Shelob. I forgot about Shelob. She's also on the second season. We have, and other spidery things. We have the Mumakil, and we have, what is it called? Nameless things. It's called Supper. We have, what was it called in the poem? Let me just get the poems out. It's in the Adventures of Tom Bombadil. This version has the German translation and the English one in it, which is kind of cool, I think. At least for me. The Oliphant. The Festitocalon. However it's pronounced. I have no idea. English is weird when it comes for me often to stress. Even though it's pretty straightforward, I think. But yeah, it's this giant underwater entity. We had that. Though that's not a Lord of the Rings, so it doesn't matter too much, I guess. That was at least something new. We had the Barrow-wights. We had, I don't know what other creatures we had. The Snow Troll. I love the Adventures of Tom Bombadil. Yeah, it's very nice. Imagine how much money you could sue Sauron for if a falling rock or some stray lava scorches your trousers or cracks your skull at Mordor construction. If they would have modern worker rights, yes, that would be possible, but I think they don't have that. But yeah, I find it a bit much that they also appear. Takes a little bit away from this. Okay, the Nazgul on horses are already terrifying, but now they can fly. Yeah, 2,000, 3, 4, 5,000 years ago, we already had these fell beasts. Nothing new. We just throw it in here. And we talk to the Balrog. Forgot about that. It's just a little bit too much. You know, it's just too much stuff going on. We know there is, like, when it comes to the fell beast, I think I mentioned it in the other video. There's a description of the fell beast when it first appeared in Return of the King. Suddenly the great beast beat its hideous wings, and the wind of them was foul. Again it leaped into the air, and then swiftly fell down upon Eowyn, shrieking, striking with beak and claw. So here's the description. The great shadow descended like a falling cloud, and behold, it was a winged creature. If bird, then greater than all other birds, and it was naked, and neither quill nor feather did it bear, and its vast pinions were as webs of hide between horned fingers, and it stank. A creature of an old world may be at wars, whose kind, lingering in forgotten mountains, cold beneath the moon, outstayed their day, and in hideous eyrie bred this last untimely brood, apt to evil. And the Dark Lord took it and nursed it with fell meats, until it grew beyond the measure of all other things that fly, and he gave it to his servants to be his steed. To his servant to be his steed, singular. But all of the 9 Nazgul had fell beasts, or whatever they are called. They don't have an official. So that's the description, and the explanation is basically it was an ancient creature, and in the letter some fan asked Tolkien if it is one of these winged dinosaurs, which name I always forget, and Tolkien said he did not necessarily thought of those, but he kind of thought, well, that is fitting. So the design is okay, I think, in this regard from a book perspective. They should have beaks though, but whatever. There is the idea, some expressed it, that they kind of captured great eagles and turned them into fell beasts. I heard this also kind of a rumor, what they might show or what they might going after. But I think there would be, like, this idea is very old, to be honest, that Morgoth, for example, captured some of the great eagles to get the secret of flight from them. So in this regard, yeah, that is possible. At least it's an idea Tolkien also had, though there they just wanted the flight of them and not necessarily turn them into other beings, but it is possible that this might have happened, so I don't know. I just have to write a test. Sometimes my chat doesn't update. It's so cursed, chat. Is the chat on stream updated? Yeah, got to go. Yeah, then Spielcup, I wish you a good ones. Have a good night or a fantastic rest of the day. See you. And thank you for joining here. Hey Mark, nice to see you. Among the orcs must be many different languages, because in the chapter Uruk-hai it said that 3 groups must speak Westron to understand each other. yeah, that is sure. That's for sure the case, that there was some language confusion among the orcs. They are supposed to all speak black speech, but the orcs don't like it that much, so they speak their own stuff, and that often causes some trouble. The only thing that actually got 1/100th of an ounce of interest from me was the half second of Círdan. And did I spot a beard on him? Yeah, 100%. There was bearded Círdan at the end of the trailer. Again. Here he is. That's 100% a beard. Some kind of tent of the elves or something. Some speculate he's on a boat here. I don't know. And then he goes to Numenor or something with Elrond. I don't know. Well, makes sense. He's the shipwright, so he knows how to get to Numenor for sure. Also, this scene here is with Gandalf, and now we know it. Spoiler. We see that he's talking at this fireplace. And maybe he talks to the Dark Wizard there. Who knows? If they meet, if they talk for a moment, I don't know. Now this place here, I think it's very unlikely that it's Amon Lang, because even though it looks like it, so it's where later Dol Guldur will be, simply because the fortress there doesn't look elvish. Not sure what other place this could be though. How fast does a beard grow? I don't know. It seems like very fast. And we have a time skip of 5 years, Mark, so we have plenty of time to get his beard back. Then we have a Nazgul, maybe Hamul/Kamul again, grabbing a soldier. This is Galadriel, according to some spoilers from how the scene here plays out, and he grabs him and throws him at Galadriel or something, I don't know. Potentially portraying the power of the ring. We see the fell beast from a different perspective. Not too interesting. Multiple people inside. No idea what's going on with those. Question is if Gandalf talks to Tom Bombadil again. I assume he will, because there's not that many characters in the far east that he can talk to. This might be the other side of Numenor. Who knows? Either it's the beginning where they enter in the direction of Romena, or whatever the capital there is called. And also it's the backside of this. Chat disconnected. Okay, my chat just disconnected. I hope the stream is still running, but it seems like it. We see, interestingly, first I thought this is waves or something, but this really looks like tentacles or something like this of an octopode thing. Octopus, whatever. You know what I mean? First I thought it would be like stylized waves, which would be fitting, but it looks more like tentacles or something like that. Very strange. Against the spear of Gil-galad and the beard of Círdan, none could withstand. That is true. Interesting point is also that in some of the FT Sauron spent what is a FT Sauron first time, and I guess so sometime he spent teaching trolls speaking. Yeah, it's definitely possible that he spent some time to teach the trolls to speak. I mean, he had the time for sure, and it's interesting that the Olokai later are definitely said that they only speak black speech, so they definitely seem to be more on the black speech side of things. We see Pharazôn, Belsagar, and Gil-galad in Numenor, so we know the elves definitely traveling there. I think they need something to do. War is not enough. Here we see like a dude riding behind Galadriel. We had no idea who this dude on the black horse is with black hair. In the stream it was said maybe it's Theo. Maybe this is Theo. Who's now, of course, has grown in all these years. Now a young adult, so it's possible. Unfortunately, the quality of the trailer is so poor that you can't really see it. I'm not sure if I showed... Did I show it on screen? I don't know anymore. So the Black Rider could be Theo. That was an interesting idea that people have. Now the chat is disconnecting all the time. Can't write message. Are you still there, chat? I'm not sure if you can write in chat. Test. So now it seems chat works again, for me at least. Sorry for the inconvenience here. I did not know. So the reason for the beard likely is that a lot more people other than me were complaining and the showrunners actually listened. Or will there be a story that explains it? I don't know. I just hope they listen and never mention it again. Found it always very strange that he shaved there. Could be that our chat Hey, Amazing Bad Boy, nice to see you. Still there, okay. The problem is, on my end of things, YouTube often says you are disconnected from chat and then it connects again. It's a bit annoying. Yeah, next scene is Galadriel and I assume Celeborn. I'm curious if this is Sauron in disguise again and playing mind games, illusion games with Galadriel or something. I don't know. But as far as we know, he's like prisoner, brought into many different dungeons, and at some point, maybe due to the orc that Galadriel and Arondir find, they get some information on the ring and on dungeons where maybe some elves are still imprisoned. She goes there to free them or whatever, and then by accident finds Celeborn there. That would be my suggestion. He was either imprisoned all the time or put into some kind of stasis. Who knows what they come up with weird explanations. What's interesting, we see Disa and our... Oops. Careful here. Disa and I would assume our friend Durin the Fourth with their two children outside. And there are no guards around them, so it seems like they were kicked out of the mountain. That's a really strange thing. They would not wander around without guards or without any protection. Like, it's the king of Khazad-dûm. He's, I don't know, he's Durin. It would be really strange if he wanders alone. Curious where he might go and what this means. Elrond not looking too happy. We assume he's in Numenor here on this scene. Hard to tell where he is exactly. He might have a flashback of his brother or twin brother Elros. That's also what rumors we have currently. We talked about this scene, and according to if we look at this thing here, it looks similar to as said in the other scene here to that here. So I would assume this is Khamûl as Nazgûl. And we talked about Moria, Khazad-dûm, we have the Nazgûl, and King Durin without the ring, pulling out his axe. And of course, since he doesn't have a Ring of Power currently, and the Nazgul might have those, that seems a problem, I guess, to fight against those, but I like that he tries. Yeah, maybe, I think also the brother of Durin will take over. Maybe he allies with the Nazgul and get the ring or something like that. We will see. The Disa not happy. There's definitely said that in an interview that their marriage and so on is tested in this season. So it won't go too well for them. Still no clue who these two characters here are. We have one leaked screenshot. I think that's then supposed to be Anarion. He will be revealed in this season, the brother of Isildur, other son of Elendil. We talked about the Mumakil, no idea why it's in here. We know from making of material that he will ride on the Mumakil, will be bound on top of that. Maybe visiting the south? I don't know. He already has his glowing Gandalf staff. He was also making of video how it was carved, I think, somewhere. Here we have the mentioned orc again, but not too interesting. We see them going into snowy region. That's where I assume the fortress will be. What fortress it will be? Generic Evil Fortress 5000. It's only see it like in one frame because it's like it's very dark and you only see it when the lightning goes off. And I assume in this dungeon they will find Celeborn. That's my assumption. And in the scene before this, we see Arondir, Galadriel, and the orc. So I assume he tells them about some plans of Sauron. He wants to leave his orcish past and Sauron behind, and maybe tries to allies with, I'm not sure if temporarily allies with those two, and he leads them then to the fortress. I would assume. Hard to tell. And yeah, we had this. You can speculate about. If this is Carndum, which is the fortress that the Witch King uses in the Third Age when he founds the realm of Angmar. However, the Angmar war is not in the First Age. It's much later, so it would be unrealistic. I don't know. Could be some generic fortress. It will be introduced. I don't know. Maybe it's Gundabad or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, Durin's father, Durin III, got a ring last season, but he left it behind. And I think since his son Durin IV has seen what it did to his father, he does not want to use it, which maybe weakens his position further. Because the ring also helped them to find ore and so on. So, unfortunately, my chat here is kind of not working too well. Do you think the showrunners will try to write Galadriel's motivation to go on looking for the enemy in the past actually look for Celeborn to make her look better? Yeah, I don't know. Hard to tell. I think it's with the writing of the show, you never know, I guess. But I would believe her that she wants to revenge her husband, and that's why she also always tries to go onto these missions and so on. Really hard to tell, chat. Maybe retrospectively she hoped to find her to him or find a sign of him. I don't know. Would be interesting. We will learn more about it, I guess. Hey Jack, nice to see you. No, it's not a new trailer, it's the old trailer. We look into some new images and that were published in the meantime. And here we see them in a. It looks like they are both now trapped or in a cage or whatever. They talk to each other. I don't know. Here we have like all kinds of different banners. We have the banner of Numenor. We have the Star of Gil-galad, I assume. We have, this is a ship. Maybe it's a ship of Elendil or something. Not sure if it's banner of Elrond then. We have to see which banner it is. We will find out as soon as we learn the context of this army scene here. Like I said, it seems Isildur visits or unites with his father and also is back in the army. So this here is Isildur, I'm pretty sure about that. I'm sadly half asleep. Don't worry, Jack. The rest is not that interesting. We have an eagle. But in every season, an eagle showed up here and there in the background, so I don't know if it has too much meaning. It's another check mark on the checklist of fantastic Tolkien creatures. Thank you, Jack, for posting a hedgehog. And then it seems like Galadriel and friend are close to the borders of Mordor for whatever reason. That's interesting in my opinion. Either the fortress they are visiting is close to Mordor. It would be strange if the fortress that they are visiting is actually Minas Ithil or something like that later on and becomes Minas Morgul or whatever. I don't know. But the only two with two horses here, the black horse and the white, so it could be Theo and Galadriel here. For whatever reason they are close to Mordor. No idea. Next scene we had the one of the Nazgul here on the horse. Hard to tell if it's Khamul again. I think it is. Yeah, it's pretty. Yes, also the thing is hard to see here, but I think here you see the thing around, so it must be Khamul/Khamul again. Galadriel fleeing. And then we have, the Hammer of Feanor, which Sauron simply stole from Celebrimbor. That's unfortunate. Maybe throws it into the fire. And it seems like here in the scene where he holds it up, he has to learn to kind of survive the fires of Mount Doom or whatever. Maybe use them, I don't know exactly. And this he learns because a Balrog is fire and flame. He knows fire really well, so he has to teach Sauron. In my opinion, makes very little sense, to be honest, but I don't know. That Balrog, I still find it stupid that it seems like Sauron will consult the Balrog and Balrog helps him to make the One Ring. That's just so stupid in my opinion, but yeah, I don't know. For those wondered when it comes out, 11th of November 2026. And that was basically everything we had interesting in the trailer. There was one shot maybe I left out earlier. that was here the army shot, right? So here we have all kinds of different armies. We have Numenorians, we have like classic Numenorians, maybe. I don't know if this is on Middle Earth. It doesn't look really like Numenor, to be honest. But I don't know. There are definitely all kinds of people here. The banners are pretty Numenorian, though, I guess. Very curious what the background is. Maybe this is the army of the faithful in Numenor for some kind of rebellion or so. I don't know. So let's come back to the YouTube chat here. Sorry for not keeping up. The new Creatures of Season 3 trailer I haven't watched. Yeah, well, there's a scene in it. With the Balrog attacking Sauron. And he blocks it with his crown, the sword. So we talked about this also for a moment. The eagle means Manwe is always looking, but since he can't believe how bad the show is butchering the law, he doesn't intervene. Maybe, yeah. Appendix F section, Trolls. It says that Trolls learned Westron, in fact, for orcs, not for Sauron. Ah, interesting. There's not an army. I mean, it looks more impressive than what we have seen in Season 1, so I take it as an army in the concept of the show. Yeah, there's a scene. Not sure if they are connected, but it seems like they have to fight together against Sauron. There might be some army stuff going on. I don't know. Like I said, the show has a lot of funny fan fiction. Not sure if there's other stuff in the trailer. There's, for example, this shot here. Not sure if this is a Mumakiel's eye or maybe the other thing looks different, the Fell Beast. Not sure what entity this here might be. Oh, I forgot to maximize it. I have an interesting render of the Balrog here. Here we see the orc dude with his orc friends in Mordor. So he was definitely there, and maybe he doesn't like it there and tries to want to get rid of Sauron. Makes very little sense. We get a scene how the mask is put on him. Must be always annoying as hell to get this. Must have taken ages. It's kind of funny though. Like the orc, it's better than CGI orcs in the Hobbit, so that's pretty nice. And there's another scene also in the trailer where the orcs go through the forest with torches or whatever, and there he might get captured by Arondir and Galadriel or something. Then we have a scene where our friend Gandalf meets an elephant. It seems like he's bound on top to it. Maybe he's captured or whatever. You see him here. It seems like he's bound to it, and then this is kind of filmed. I don't know. You see me on the blue screen, whatever. Mount this thing on top of it. Here we see the teeth of the fell beast entity. Looks a bit weird, but it also looks scary, so it makes sense. Now here we see it from the other side. And he talks to some orcs and men. There is a rumor that, I don't know, some of the candidates for the rings have to fight each other or something to the death, and the survivor get the ring or something. Maybe he also feeds somebody to his fell beast. I don't know. What is interesting here, there's this scene where we see our friend Celeborn, and he's there in the forest with those orcs, interestingly. And then, cut, they look up. I'm kind of surprised, look up, and then we get a cut to the fell beast, interestingly. Oh, that's an interesting scene, actually. Here in this scene, there's a dude falling down. Not sure who it is. Maybe it's one of the... Maybe Sauron throws one of the Nazgul down the tower and he catches him. Or somebody throws down Sauron and then the fell beast catches him. I don't know. The question is he caught or is he eaten? Can't tell you, chat. No, he's eaten actually. That's funny. I'm not sure if you can see it, but here you see this little man here down, and now hops. It was just hungry. Interesting. Let us see. Hey, Balder, nice to see you. There's a scene standing, Farazon stands next to Gil-galad. He has his helmet. I think we talked briefly. Did Tolkien ever write anything about contact contact between Noldor in Middle-earth and Numenoreans after the War of Elves and Sauron and prior to Pharazôn's fall? I don't know. Not really, no. I would say no, there's nothing about that. We only know that before the War of Elves and Sauron, that Tar Minel deal, I think it was. Was it? No, Miniatur? I think it was, whatever. Who was it, chat? Some of the Numenorean kings starting with an M. Ne, Miniatur is the first. Minas Tir, I think I mean. Kiryatan. Yeah, Minas Tir, I mean. He wrote a letter to, or Gil-galad wrote a letter to him. I think. No, it must have been even earlier than this. Mineldur. Yeah, it was Tar Mineldur. Yeah. 882. Aldarion brought a letter from King Gil-galad to Tar Mineldur. That was it. That was right, just was confused. Playing Menfetch, yeah, something like that. Off topic, just for your information, YouTube didn't give me any notice about your stream last week. Yeah, it was a spontaneous stream. I made a video. I recorded. It was really late and I had a long day already, so I had the power to give a longer announcement for it. And then, yeah, it was a very short stream. Tried to see a little bit what you people were thinking about the trailer, if you liked it and so on. They look cute up close. What about jealousy between Celeborn and Sauron for Galadriel's love and a nice duel? I don't know. I hope not. I don't hope we're going for that. But who knows? Might be. If there even is a real Celeborn, I wonder who the show will try to make that Cleo will play out the game of. Yeah, I could also imagine that Sauron is playing tricks on Galadriel again. Might be possible. But I think we will see the real Celeborn in the show for sure. Here we see our orc friend alone and in chains, so he's not alone, I guess. Maybe imprisoned by Arondir and Galadriel for now. We have another Nazgul here. Not sure if that's again Khamul. Maybe. I assume so. Then we have the Vines of Mithril, and I assume the Balrog is here. That's where Sauron must go then. We have the voice of the of Simon Pegg, I think. We see even a brief little scene here. Crawl back to your world above, says the Balrog to Sauron. I assume you hide your true majesty. I'm not the other thing I just made up, but who knows? You hide your true majesty under that frail cloak of... I don't know, ruled by its dismal beauty. You have forgotten what you are, is what the Balrog is saying here. And yeah, we see some making of material that Mr. Simon Pegg was also on stage acting with Charlie Vickers, I think was the name. And yeah, it's kind of cool that he has not to be in a green screen room alone, but he has somebody to act with, so that makes sense. But of course, the voice recording will be from a recording booth, of course. So kind of interesting that he blocks it with his Morgoth crown. Kind of interesting. But I guess you kind of wonder if he's able to block that, how he's able to be stabbed, because the structural integrity of his body must be so high that I don't think it would be possible to stab him. But whatever. Then yeah, we have this scene here. Now the Balrog pushes his sword with both arms down. I don't know. I find interesting that open war between the Kingsmen and Lindon did not occur. It seems like an inevitability. Not sure if I pronounced it correctly. If the Numenoreans wouldn't have invaded Aman. How could Tolkien overlook this genius idea of a confrontation between the Lord of Earth and Durin's Bane? Yeah, I wonder that as well. Yeah, I don't know, I guess. The problem is, later on, Lindon plays far less a role in the world, kind of. Like, at the time of War in Sauron, the Numenoreans are faithful enough to the elves to help them out. So I don't know. Just aim for the glowing bits. Yeah, maybe he knows the Balrog's weak, soft points. The Balrog will survive this encounter, and Sauron will as well. I still find it strange that the Balrog might give him advice how to make the One Ring. That I find stupid, to be honest. But maybe that's just me. We will see how it explains. Often the show's writing struggles a bit with logic and ideas, and I don't know. It often feels very off. Who knows where the show will go writing-wise? And that's basically everything from the trailer. I think that was the last scene in this making of thing. I'm not sure what else there is. Hey, Radagast, just stopping by to say hi. Wish I could stay, but my smoke break's almost over. Thank you so much for your generosity, Radagast. Thank you so much, and have a great day. I hope when your break's over and you have a little bit of free time later again, your work is over, you might have the ability to catch up with the rest. If it is, then interesting. But yeah, much appreciated. Thank you so much. Let me just see if I can catch up here with chat again. Moment, aim for the glowing things. No one, not even the showrunners. Yeah. It is often a bit silly, yeah, it has a tendency. But it's better if we do not expect too much, so we can be positively surprised. I would agree on that. Did any elves interact with the Avari in the Third Age? Were the Sylvan elves Avari before the Sindarin arrived to rule them? If so, does that mean Dol Amros are descendants of the Avari? No. The Sylvan elves, so there are different. The Sylvan elves are let me just think. There are three great clans of the elves. We have the Vanyar, potentially the least well-known clan of the elves. Then we have the Noldor, that are a little bit more well-known, so to say, because yeah, Elrond, Galadriel. I mean, Elrond is a difficult. Also, thank you so much for your generosity. Bring me one more of those chickens. Thank you so much. I tried to answer your question also real quick. So there are these three clans, and then there are the Teleri. So the Sindar elves are also of that descent, but yeah, these are the original clans. So while these, let's try it out with map time, not to be confused with nap time. First age, the world is still very young. No, let's try this here. Maybe better. So yeah, elves awoke here, 3 clans. They were called maybe differently, it's a bit difficult in this regard. And they were invited by the Valar and Ainur to come and live with them in Aman, because here Morgoth had tried to get influence over them, and so they brought them there. The elves sent like 3 ambassadors of each of the groups, Vanyar, Noldor, and Teleri, and they came back and said, yeah, that's awesome there, let's go. And the Aman people, according to Nature of Middle-earth, also sent them guardians to protect them on the way, which was Melian, Gandalf, Saruman, Radagast, and maybe the 2 blue wizards just before they were wizards, as Ainur, with them as guardians. And then they wandered here. And they wandered to the west, to Beleriand, and they went on an island, and the island, this one actually here, went back and forth and brought them here and there to wait here. However, the king of the Teleri elves at that time was a person called Elenwe, and he was gone. Not Elenwe, Ingwe, Finwe, and Elwe. Elwe was his name, not Elenwe. Elenwe was somebody else. Elwe. And he was gone, and some of the Teleri elves said, well, we can't wait for ages here, we now have to go. And they went to Aman and became the Teleri, the Teleri elves of Tol Eressëa, where they mostly settled, and also here a bit at the side in Alqualonde. And there's a swan ship. So some went here. Some said though, no, we won't go without our king, we wait here. Those stayed in Middle-earth and became the Sindar. However, on their way here, all the way to Beleriand, let me just see, here's Lindon, Misty Mountains, and here's this area. In this area, some of the Teleri elves on the way said, no, we don't go any further, we stay here because it's nice here. And those basically split from the Teleri, and they became the Nandor elves. And from the Nandor elves, there are sub-clans. There are the Wood elves, Green elves, or also called Lyquendi, I think. And the Wood elves are the Sylvan elves, actually. We have the Galadhrim and so on. So those elves, the Sylvan elves and so on, they stayed here. However, technically, they are not among the Avari. So there is another group, when they started here in Cuivienen, as it's called, it's a bay at this Sea of Helkar here. When they started, some of the elves also said, no, we don't want to go to Aman, we want to stay here. And those elves who stayed here, who refused to go, became the refusers, also called Avari. And they are another special group. It's not clear if they later mingled with the Nandor or anything. I can't tell you that. But the Avari are the unwilling. Or refusers, it means translated. They refused to go on the journey from the start. The others were like, well, we like it here. We don't want to fully finish the journey, so we stay here. The others said we wait for our king, and then we see what's happening, Sindar, and then some made it here of the Teleri, and they became the Teleri of Aman. They also have a name, Teleri Aman. Falmari is their name, yeah. The wave, Falmari means, actually it's Falmari. the Falmari are wave folk translated. So I hope that kind of answers the question. Let me just see what the other part of the question was. So no, the Sylvan elves are different from the Sylvan elves, the Avari. It's possible that they met and mingled later on. It's not like they hate each other, but we know very little about what the Avari did. Some might have been snacked by Morgoth. That's definitely a possibility. Some survived though, and there is, I think, a text where the first men. So if we go back here to the map, in Hildorien, somewhere here in the east, men awoke, and then some of them split because Morgoth was influencing them, and they didn't like that, and something drew them to the west. So they went also on a journey to the west. And those became known as the Edain, which are also divided into 3 or technically 4 houses, because the Druedain also went with them. And they went here. And on their way, it seems like in some versions they met the Avari, who taught them, for example, I don't know, some music instruments, how to play them to make music, some stuff like this, taught them a few things. And then they met later. Finrod was one of the first who met some of the men here. House of Beor, Marach, Haladin, / House of Hales. But yeah, it's a complicated story there. Hey Paul, nice to see you. Oh, Chris, your camera is on. I've listened to your voice for years and can tell it's you talking in just a few words, but I've never seen you in a video before. Yeah, I had some streams recently where I also had the camera here activated. Currently you can't see me because of the map time has no camera seen yet. But yeah, thank you so much also for your long year support, Paul. Much appreciated. But yeah, that's how I look. Unfortunately, it's always strange to see yourself on the internet doing stuff, but I started with it in February or something, and then yeah, it was the huge reveal how I look, and now I got used to it. I hope people also got used to it. But yeah, I hope Sander that answers your question. Also again, Radagast, also much appreciated. Thank you for your support and generosity again. And I do like map time, but since you brought up nap time, strong, I do have to go and get some sleep. It's pretty late. Yeah, it's really late here in Central Europe. So I wish you a good night and sleep well, Mark. Have a good night and a nice day tomorrow. Yes, it did. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Glad I could kind of answer it. It's a bit complicated always with these folks. I wish I could point. I don't know in which book the text with the Avari and the meeting of the early men is. Let me see if I find it. Here it's 11. According to this, it's a Silmarillion. Okay, I would have expected something like War of the Jewels or so, but maybe it's a Silmarillion. When in doubt, it's a Silmarillion. Which chapter is it though? The coming of men into the West. Page 172 here on this version. Let me see how it's phrased. There's also Quenta Silmarillion of men. Interesting. Let's try to find these whenever willing. Thundered time of the Quenta Silmarillion. Chapter 12 of Men. Here it is, maybe. It's 130. Yeah. Therefore they laughed the waters, and their hearts were stirred, but they understood not the messages. Yet it is told that ere long they met dark elves in many places. That is the translation for the Avari, and were befriended by them, and men became their companions and disciples in their childhood of these ancient folk, wanderers of the elven race, who never set out upon the path to Valinor, and knew of the Valar only as a rumour and a distant name. Coming of men into the west. Here's another thing. Now the Eldar were beyond all other peoples skilled in tongues, and Felagund discovered also that he could read in the minds of men such thoughts as they wished to reveal in speech, so that their words were easily interpreted. It is said also that these men had long had dealings with the Dark Elves, the Avari, east of the mountains, and from them had learned much of their speech. And since all the languages of the Quendi were of one origin, the language of Beor and his folk resembled the Elven tongue in many words and devices. It was not long before Felagund could converse with Beor, and while he dwelt with him, they spoke much together. I could swear there was also something like music or something like this in some text. So yeah, in the Silmarillion, often when they talk about the Dark Elves, though the term is a bit complicated in Tolkien's work, they are sometimes called Dark Elves. But technically, all the Avari are like all the elves who did not complete the travels into the far west continent Aman could be called Dark Elves, even the Sindar, because they are so-called Moriquendi. They are the Kalaquendi, the elves of light, so to say, And then there are the elves of darkness, the Moriquendi, those who did not see the light of the two trees because they did not complete the journey. And that's why that's also true for the Avari, but also true for the Sindar. However, often in the Silmarillion, the term dark elves is more used for the Avari, interestingly. But technically, it could also mean something else. It's not 100% well defined. Maybe I find a note of myself about the Avari. There's an interesting text with Avari in Peoples of Middle-earth. Let me see if I find that. That's an interesting topic, but it's a complicated topic. I need to make a video at one point, I think, but it will require so much research. Foundation of Imladris or Rivendell, and of Eregion or Hollin. As dwelling, so it's a bit complicated. A foundation of Imladris as dwelling of the Noldor or High Elves, remnants of the Telerian Elves of Doriath in ancient Beleriand, established realms in the woodlands far eastward, but most of these peoples were Avari or East Elves. Interesting. So here Tolkien draws a connection between the Nandor and also the Avari, the East Elves as he calls them here. The chief of these were Thranduil, who ruled in the north, the Greenwood beyond the Anduin. That's a very interesting quote. It's a version of the Tale of Years from the Second Age, interestingly. In this version, though, the foundation of Imladris, this is very important to note here, is different than the official timeline. So this is an iteration of an old text, an idea Tolkien once had, and it never came to pass. This is year 750 in the Second Age, and we know Imladris was founded in the War of Elves and Sauron in the year... Let me just look it up exactly. 1697, so almost 1000 years later than this date here. Kind of interesting, I have to admit. Let me see if I find any other note about the Avari. Nope. Very unfortunate, chat. Hey, storyteller, nice to see you as well. You look like you sound like a really nice guy. Thank you, much appreciated. Always happy to hear videos, and I'm glad to support the channel. Much appreciated. Did you people see, by the way, I'm not sure if... I mean, it's a bit specific, the video. I think it's a good video. So, just to... In case you were not notified, there is a new... I wouldn't call it a lore video, but it's an interesting little video I made about how Tolkien came to Japan, or more precise, to Japan's gaming culture, to be honest. And it's kind of interesting that in some Japanese games, Tolkien terms like Balrog, we talked about those today, or Mithril especially, appears in many games, even though Tolkien wasn't that popular in Japan, at least not when some of these games were made in the 90s, 80s, and so on. So I think in the 80s his popularity grew already a bit in Japan, and with the Peter Jackson films it Those came 2000 though. 2001 the first. That was much, much later, I guess. So for sure there are Tolkien fans in Japan as well. There in the 70s there were the first translations that Tolkien that were published of The Lord of the Rings in Japan. But yeah, it's an interesting topic how this might have went. It's a short video, it's just 11 minutes or so. It's not that long. But I think it's a cool video. Currently struggling a bit with views, which is unfortunate as always. And always I think, should I just re-upload the video at a later point again? Really hard to tell. I thought it's a cool video, but what do I know, chat? Just curious. Does somebody in chat, we have good people here with a lot of knowledge here. I could swear there was like a little thing. I could swear there was a little thing called that the Avari were. There was a little story that the Avari taught not only language but also music to the Edain back in the day. Does somebody know where this can be found? My first approach would be to check the History of Middle-earth books. That would be my address for that. It was before Finrod met them, I think. Or maybe it was a different version of all of that. I'm not sure. I could look into my book. Look up penny. What is... Let me just see. Maybe we take a very short break and I search this search my book in the meantime. That's maybe a good idea. So I give you the break screen for a moment, run through some ads or so, and because that might be interesting to look into. Give me like 5 minutes and I also take a short bathroom break while I'm at it. Back in a moment, chat. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption, for the long break. Nature of Middle Earth. I don't think it was in Nature. I think it was. I read this before Nature came out. We have this book here. That is the so-called the History of Middle Earth Index. So you can look up words. Problem is, Avari appears quite a few times. But basically, what this book does, it has only names in it. For research, it is a tremendous help. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it. Maybe not. But there are, like if I search for Avari, was it here? I think it was somewhere here. Then it shows you all the books where the word Avari appears in all the History of Middle Earth books. So that is, in a way, as you can imagine, extremely helpful. But Avari appears in quite a few books, so that's a problem. It's in 7.5. 5 I already checked. Maybe it's 10 or 11. That's also the term Dark Elf, unfortunately. They had no teachers of the art, save only the Dark Elf. Thank you for searching. So it was in the Silmarillion. It involves the jewels. Oh yeah, I find the quote, no teachers. No teachers. And he played music upon it such as the ears of men had not heard, for they had as yet no teachers in the art, save only the dark elves in the wildlands. I think that's the quote I mean, yeah. Thank you for help finding it. I definitely add this here to my quote list. I have like a list. Silmarillion, Avari teach Edain music. I like your Is it tome? Is it, what do you call it? That is only a reference list for... Yeah, for doing research for videos, this is very valuable. But interestingly, in an early version of that, we find also Longfellow watched them, and love for them stirred in his heart, but he remained hidden in the trees until they had all fallen asleep. Then he went among the sleeping people and sat beside their dying fire where none kept watch, and he took up a rude harp which Beor had laid aside, and he played music upon it, such as the ears of men had not heard, for they had not yet no teachers in the arts, save only the dark elves in the wild lands. Is this the same as in the Silmarillion, is my question. Yeah, took up a rude harp, which Beor had laid aside, and he played music upon it, such as... Yeah, it seems to be the exact same phrase. So that is, we find involved the jewels. A tome. Okay. Yeah, it's really good. But here the dark elves are mentioned again. That's definitely... It was easier to find than I anticipated. Basically the same text, yeah, it's the same. Curious if in the... And the first stage of the revision from Lemby lingerers, the elves of the great journey who were lost upon the long road, became Lemberi, classed with the Avari as Moriquendi, dark elves. The term Calaquendi, light elves, also appeared in the account, though found much earlier together with Moriquendi in the table of authority. Oh, okay, this was completely different. Ikeli was then replaced by Alamanya, that's funny. Alamanya, since they came never to the land of Aman. And the Noldor became elves from the host of Olwe, while those who sought in vain for Elwe, Thingol, are therefore called Sindar and the Grey Elves, but themselves they named Eglas, the Forsaken. Concerning the fate of other elves, especially of the Dark Elves, who refused the summons of to Aman, the Elder know little. The Reborn report that there are many elves, and among them many of the Alamanyar, that there is in the halls of waiting little mingling or communing of kind with kind, or indeed of any of fair with another. For the houseless fair is solitary by nature, and turns only towards those with whom maybe it formed strong bonds of love and life. Because also, as has been said, though all that die are summoned to Mandos, it is within the power of the fair of the elf to refuse the summons, and doubtless many of the most unhappy or most corrupted spirits, especially those of the dark elves, do refuse, and so come to worse evil, and at best wander unhoused and unhealed without hope to return. Not so do they escape judgment forever, for Eru bides and is over all. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting, chat. But yeah, it's on an unrelated note here. Okay, I think here my chat is not updating. That's a bit unfortunate. Now it works again. Does every elf who dies meet Feanor in the Halls of Morgoth? I mean, maybe if you want to meet him. I'm not sure if he has to greet, if every elf has to greet Feanor in the Halls of Morgoth, but as far as I'm aware, he is in the halls and in theory can be met. I'm not sure if they are separated in the house itself. Okay, my tab just crashed. Cool. They all have to bow to the rightful king. Yeah, maybe. Hope stream is still running, but it looks right. So, what other questions? Is there anything in regards to Rings of Power? I know the show might not spark happiness in all hearts. But we discussed the trailer in quite a bit of detail now. And also my first initial thoughts on everything. I'm not sure if I was able to express my concerns a little bit, but I feel like that maybe a season for the Nazgul is a little bit too little for so many characters. Like you have 8 episodes, that's not even an episode per character if you think about it. I don't know. I'm a bit worried they skip a little bit too much over some characters. I'm not sure if I like. It's difficult to answer that. The show is very far away from the source material for sure. But in a way, that's not my main problem. If they change a lot, I understand that there have to be changes in a show like this, especially with the time constraints they have. The problem is more of that the show does often changes that make little sense, or have sometimes plot points that make little sense, and feel like, I don't know, sometimes it feels like they waste too much time on unimportant stuff and then mess up the important stuff. You know what I mean? Like the Order of the Rings, bring the show anywhere. The structure and plot writing is often not that great, from my perspective. It has its moments, and there is some good stuff in the show as well, but there's also a lot of stuff that kind of is annoying, especially if you are a book fan and know how Tolkien thought this all out and wrote it down and what his intentions were, potentially. And then you see a show that, I don't know, messes up the order in which the rings are created, which I could understand if that makes sense, but I feel like the point of what the One Ring is, what it does, and like the whole punchline of this, the whole idea behind it, gets completely lost in the show, even though the show is called Rings of Power. Like, the idea is Sauron betrays the elves make these rings, and start wearing them and think, yeah, awesome rings. And then Sauron in secret, like, it's not like it happens. The elves had these rings potentially for, I don't know, decades, almost 100 years. They already were using these rings in Eregion, and then from one day to another, Sauron takes also a long time to make this ring, like a very long time, to be honest. And then he has this ring, puts it on his finger, and can see basically their mind and influence them over the One Ring. And the only way to escape is putting off the ring from their fingers and diminish themselves, so to say. And if they would not have been able to do this, they would have been lost. And Sauron would have definitely won if he had so many powerful elves suddenly on his side, under his mind's control. He underestimated the elves there, but that's the point. They had these powerful rings, they could use them, and they definitely benefited them having them. And then one day on to the other, everything changes. Suddenly they notice, oh no, we've been tricked. This was not Anatar, this was Sauron, disguised as a messenger of the West. And this idea is completely lost in the show. And I find this so unfortunate, because it's such a core essential thing. And they mixed it all up, and what is the payoff of changing so much, changing the structure so much? I don't know. I feel like they can make the show better over time, because now we leave all the nonsensical stuff behind and then focus on maybe better written new stuff that comes into the show. And I think that might work. I think season 2 was already better than 1, but I will never watch in my life again season 1 again, because I found it that terrible. Like, it was so much nonsense in it. And season 2 started promising, and then they also fall back to a lot of nonsense here and there. I also thought the Dwarven section in season 2 was not that great. In season 1 it was actually pretty good. The only good part in the show, basically. And then in season 2 it was a bit weaker, I felt. Not a catastrophe, but definitely weaker than before. And then season 3, if it gets a little bit better, then we have maybe something decent now. Especially that they now leave the Harfoots behind, kind of gives me hope for the structure of the show, that they now have the time to focus on the important stuff without, oh yeah, we also have these Harfoots, which makes no sense to be in the show. Even though I like the actors and I found it kind of cute what they did there, but, you know, the show suffered a lot in its time constraints, or due to its time constraints, when they also have to tell the Hobbit story in parallel that nobody asked for. And yeah, as a result, I don't know if I like the show. It's not like, oh yeah, I watch it every year, because it's so awesome. It's more like, well, let's hope it gets better. So I have a very mixed feeling about the show. What's Gandalf's mission in the show? I have no idea. I have literally no idea. We will find out, I guess. Also, Paul writes, but would any elf really want to meet Fëanor in the hall? So anyone else, for that matter. His sons probably, but everyone else, I mean, he could... He'd kind of be a jerk. Yeah, he could definitely kind of be a jerk. That's for sure. I don't know if anybody wants, but I think what Crafty Spirit's going on the meme, Fëanor did nothing wrong. Argument can be made whether the honor outweighed the torment of the antisocial mess that is Fëanor. Who knows? I guess that's that. Hey, it's Fëanor, the great crafts elf who broke everything for everyone. Who brought us into this mess. While you took your break, I watched a Collider interview at Comic-Con. They bring back Celebrimbor. to aid Sauron, who is not capable to forge the ring alone, and he was creative alone, and he has creative insecurities. I don't know. It would be unfortunate if that happens. It's kind of the plot of Shadow of Mordor / Shadow of War, which is also stupid. I like the games, it's good games, but this idea is just so stupid. I hope they don't do this in the show. He maybe just needs to ask the Balrog, which is also stupid, but I don't know. Why can't he just create his ring alone, like in the books? I don't know what the problem with that is. And the problem is creating the ring now lacks a little bit of payoff, in my opinion. I don't see what the payoff is. Like in the book, it's such a cool moment to imagine the elves, as said, have the rings, and then Sauron creates a one ring, and then everything changes, and they have to take the rings off their fingers immediately, else they will become his slaves, or slaves to his mind, and to the one ring. It would be terrible for them, and they, for whatever reason, because elves are pretty powerful, they manage to do that, and Sauron fails, and then he attacks them, and then from here the plot kind of gets going. And in the show, this moment is ruined because of the order of the creation, and that the Eregion destruction plot is already done in season 2. Do you think Bree should appear in the show? It would be cool, to be honest, because we know Bree exists for a very, very, very long time in this region. It's a very old place, so it could be definitely in the show. I kind of always liked Bree, to be honest. Kind of a cool place. I hope they do battles better in the future, though. That fight at the end of season 2, Lindon, not sure if it was Eregion, was kind of a mess. Yeah, it was definitely a mess. The fights were... That fight was weird. That battle stuff there. Didn't Celebrimbor die at the end of season 2? Oh wait, lots of characters died, and then I feel much better now. Arondir, Galadriel. There's no reason not to add Celebrimbor to the list. I mean, yeah, Galadriel definitely survived somehow. Yeah, the charging elven cavalry, but it goes downhill from there. Also funny how there was a secret tunnel that allowed people to leave and enter at a whim. Yeah, it was a wormhole. Basically, that a Stargate. Yeah, that was all. The teleporting is so terrible in this show. That is true. Galadriel survived the pyroclastic flow and the explosion of a volcano. She can't be stopped. So, in this regard, it's very, very interesting. I'm so curious how my motivation is usually pretty high when the show comes out. I'm not sure how high my motivation will be for season 3. Maybe season 3 will actually be decent. That would be awesome. I hope for the best, because I would love to have a good show than a bad show. So there's that. In some ways, the battle reminds me of a Zack Snyder movie where the impulse is to get great visual effects and not worry if it makes sense in the story or not. Flashy, but not necessarily coherent. Yeah, kind of. I think I know what you mean. The catapult, oh god. Let's not think too much about it. I totally forgot the conclusion of a confusing discussion. Is Ostinivil, that's the capital of Eregion, on the same side of the Glanduin as in the original works? Yeah, we discussed this for a long time, and I think we came to the conclusion, no, it's not. If you lived in the First Age, where would you live? That's a good question, to be honest. We all hope with you, yeah. Let's hope together. Where would I live? What would be the best place to live in the First Age? Nandungorthep. Dorias. Yeah, maybe. but every realm kind of... Like, I think Dorias might be really the best place for a very long time. And then when Milian leaves, I should also leave. Moria. Khazad-dûm? Yeah, maybe Khazad-dûm would be the best place to live. Because it only ends in the Third Age. 2000 years into the Third Age, kind of. Moria or Khazad-dûm has its trouble with the Balrog, but before that they are pretty safe and stable, I would assume. So yeah, I would say yeah, maybe Moria would be not the worst place to live in the First Age. Just out of all the trouble. But yeah, if you have to live in Beleriand, then I guess Dorias would be the best. I also was thinking about maybe in Greenwood the Great or something as a Sylvan elf might also work. I guess for the most part they had also a decent life there for a long time without too much trouble. Also, what about what's it called, chat? I forgot the name, chat. What is it called? The elven, potentially elven place in Gondor, or the coast of roundabout Gondor, Belfalas and so on. We know there also lived some elves. That's pretty far away. There's Londair. It's not Eldalonde. What is it called? You know what I mean? There are no settlements. Belfalas. Yeah. It's around. It's what is it? West of Belfalas, somewhere. We don't know exactly where it is. It's only mentioned in one text. Galadriel visits or goes there for some time in one of the texts, but from Unfinished Tales. What is it called? I can't remember the name. It must be something elf. So Elder something, and it's not Eldalonde. Eldalonde is in Numenor, that's wrong. Iveland. Thank you, Crafty Spirit. It's not... Was an ancient harbor in southern Gondor. It had been established southwest of where the Ringlo and the Morthond. Not sure who lives there. Founded by the Cinder, later joined by the Sylvan Elves. Yeah. Iveland. Map time. We could try to briefly look into the map here. I'm 100% sure, but it should be around about here. Maybe a bit further to the west. Let me just get the atlas. But yeah, somewhere there. That's also pretty far away from every trouble, so... Let me see. This is the Atlas of Middle-earth. Let me see if I find Iveland here somewhere. Page 39, 53, 89. What is 89? Yeah, here on 89 you see it the best, I guess. 39. On 39 it's also interesting. But yeah, it is there. It's round about where I place the thing here. I'm not sure if it's east or west or on which shore side it is. Okay, chat. Let me just write test in chat, just to be sure that it still works. Also, let me just refresh this here. Yeah, good choice. Yeah, it's so far away. Maybe Halifirian if it's not already settled. Yeah, also an interesting choice for sure. In the meantime, I could look at... oh yeah, there was another picture. I'm not sure if you have seen it, just to come back to the show very briefly. It's not too interesting, I guess, but just for completeness sake, we see Pharazôn on a carriage potentially going through Numenor, not with a crown yet or anything. It seems to be like horses, which makes sense. We have some seabirds, I assume. Carriage, I think it's pronounced. Would have liked to meet Finrod. Yeah, I can understand that. The problem is Finrod lives in dangerous places all the time. So yeah, that was one of the scenes here that was also published. Let me just try to see if I find anything interesting beyond that. There's one picture of our friend. There's still one picture of a statue. And also maybe show it briefly. We had this picture here. This is a statue of Elros, I think. And we have a flashback here with him. You see these stones here in the background. They are very similar to this here. So this seems to be Numenor. Tar Miniatur, I think is his name. Miniatur, however it's pronounced. Hey, Lana Stark, nice to see you. None Limos and get some cool black armor. Yeah, also an option. Can you tell us anything about the Falls of Sirion? Oh, you asked a question. Sorry, I ignored that a bit. Not really, to be honest. I always wondered what is going on there. Like, how can I imagine? We know at the end of the First Age, when it seemed like our good old friend, Mr. Morgoth won, basically. We have the Mouth of Sirion here in Beleriand. And we know there were some good places here to hide boats and so on, which Círdan did, and some he brought to the Isles of Balar. It's, for example, where, according to some stories, Gil-galad is kind of living. Was brought to save, because everything else was kind of conquered by Morgoth. So Doriath was down, Gondolin was down, Himring, it's hard to say what's going on there, I don't know. Nargothrond destroyed, and yeah, also Torlumin and so on. There was potentially also under a lot of pressure. The Dwarven kingdoms also struggled, I think. Here, one of the few safe places was Sirion still, I think. And basically, but they were more on hiding. Bede and Luthien. Yes, Tolgalen, I think that's where they lived, right? And then we had here, the Mouth of Sirion, and a lot of elf refugees just fled here to this place. So I think here at the coastline, we simply had some elvish kind of settlements, and all kinds of people were there, because there was simply no other, also men, I assume, because there were no other places to flee. And then maybe from Himring, Imring, the Fëanorians also came here and attacked and did the third kinslaying here. That's basically all I know, to be honest. I thought you meant the Mouth of Sirion, the Falls of Sirion. Sorry, my mistake. It's already late. No, I have to admit I don't know too much about those. I wish I could tell you more about this. Isn't there an interesting sketch of that in the atlas? "10 and 12. So yeah, here is kind of I'm not sure if you can see it. Maybe I have to. Let me try. Not sure if it's sharp. I can't. Oh, you can't see it anyway. No, this is how you might see it without it being too bright. Beautiful sketch here of this. There's the Falls of Sirion. I can't tell you too much about that, to be honest. That's kind of a blind spot for me. In the Atlas of Middle-earth. Oh. But yeah, if we go back to the map first age, we have this section I just showed you is here. You know, different rivers connecting, and then a bit south of it, you have this weird mountain range, and there's stuff happens. I know there's a story that is related to either Beren or Turin or something like this. But I have to admit I forgot exactly the circumstances. Like some travel there. It might even that Tur traveled there at some point. I'm not sure. Yeah, Himring, if you look at Second Age maps, you see that Tol Morgoth, this is where Morgoth and her children, I guess, are buried. And Tol Himling is a remain of that. Then we also have Tol Fuin. Some of these areas are potentially not sunk into the ocean, but stick out of the ocean of old Beleriand. So they are kind of leftovers. But yeah, I wish I could tell you more about this. Would have to do actual research on that. It would have been epic if one hero of the age would have traversed the caverns of the falls on his way to the mouth. Yeah, it would be interesting. The Eileen Uyal, it's hard to tell the diphthong, was a maze of lakes and fens formed where the river Aros met the Sirion before it fell beneath the Andram. And these were lands heavy and with heavy enchantment from the girdle of Melian. long wall, ram wall, dividing fall. It ran across Beleriand west to east from beyond Nargothrond to the gates of Sirion, and ending at Ramdal, being 3 leagues north. The wall was pierced to places. The Gate of Sirion was a cavernous mouth in the southern hills of Andram, where the river Sirion emerged from its underground course. The gates were located 3 leagues southwards of the falls of Sirion, where the river plunged below the Andram south of the Ailin Uyal. Uyal means twilight. Uyal. It's interestingly 1 syllable, I think. In Sindarin, UI is a diphthong. Nenuyal, Gladuyal, the Wood of Twilight, auch Nan Elmos called. Eminuyal, Hills of the Everdim, and the Ailinuyal. Hills of Everdim. That's interesting. The Hills of Twilight. Where is OBS? Here it is. Here, Emin Uyal, these hills here. This was looking from where are they? North of the Nenuyal. But yeah, they also rarely appear anywhere, I guess. So easily overlooked. Okay. My tab here is always kind of closing. So chat. Let me just look into the footage stuff here. Oh yeah, we talked about this leaked shot here a moment ago. Why is it not showing up? Now it is. Oh, that's the wrong thing. You see my 5,000 tabs here. I also have 5,000 tabs, but whatever. It's complicated, chat. But yeah, it will be. I like seeing Elros because we have never seen Elros before in anywhere. That, like, having a flashback or something like this from Elrond might be pretty cool. Also, it might be interesting how Numenorians react to Elrond because he looks like their first king, and he's not. He doesn't only look like it; he's his actual brother, even though he's an elf. But yeah, it's very interesting. One problematic detail: Elrond's brother has a beard, which he would not have. Like, the elven strain in Elrond's line does not make for good beards. So that is, let's say, an interesting choice. If that is a statue actually of Elrond's brother. Now let me look it up with the diphthong. Appendix E, vowels. In Sindarin, the diphthongs are written AE, AI, EI, OE, UI, and AU. Tolkien gives here the example of the word ruin. But in my mind, but this might be because I'm not good at English pronunciation, because I'm not a native speaker, ruin is not a diphthong, right? It is ruin. That's so strange. Like he says, yeah, well, it's a diphthong, but it's ruin. But isn't ruin not a diphthong? Like, isn't it the exact opposite? I guess it depends on the accent. Yeah, maybe. So some people say not ruin, like I would say it. They say ruin. Ruin. Something like this. It must be like a diphthong is when you have two vowels, but they have one syllable. In the case of straight, for example. The AI in straight would be a diphthong. Or course. Though. Tough. Thorough. All the weird words. But yeah, it depends. So AI is I, EI is like in grey, A, OI is in like in boy, UI is in ruin, without saying ruin. And AU would be as in loud, ow. Or in how. There is nothing in English closely corresponding to AE, OE, EU. So, for example, he's Thyglir or Nirnaith or something like this. Nai. I. Something like this. Not sure which word have OE or EU in it. But yeah, it's always complicated. Are there any more leaks that I can share with you, chat? It's pronounced in English Hugh Lore, yeah. I think the pronunciation of vowels is always for me as a not native speaker. Let's say surprising often. Okay. There is, I don't know if it's a leak or not, but it seems to be pretty confirmed that there will be a flashback for Elrond and Elros time together. Yeah, there's an interview that also just, I think Christiane also mentioned it, that it seems there is a scene also where our good old friend Celebrimbor has a memory flashback ghost appearance or something like that. Interesting. So kind of interesting. Maybe I should post this. So in case you're interested in this interview stuff, let me just post it here really quick on all the channels. I'm currently just listening a little bit to it. Skipping a bit through. Did Galadriel go to Valinor or Tol Eressëa in the end? That's a good question. I guess she's an elf, so she can go wherever she pleases. The people of her mother are in Tol Eressëa, so maybe she goes there. But also her father, I'm not sure where her father would live. Maybe in, oh no, I forgot. Didn't he move somewhere else? I don't know, but he could be in the Elven City. But I have Atlas here, so he helps me with names. Dang, my naming. My names are not there where they used to be. I only find Beleriand. Where's the Aman thing going on? Tirion, that's the name. Tirion and Tuna. I always remember, I want to say Tuna, but Tuna is the hill. So she might visit him as well, I would imagine. I think she will visit many places in Aman. I think she won't stay in one particular. Also, the people of her husband are also in Toledesea, more in this direction, so... Well, it depends a bit on the version Tolkien wrote. Tolkien wrote some pretty radical versions, and in the last version he wrote, she meets her husband in Aman, and they sail over to Middle-earth alone before Feanor goes. So she doesn't follow Feanor; she does her own thing. Tolkien even thought about not having her a ban, but in Lord of the Rings it's implied she is banned. But the ban is lifted at some point and stuff is potentially forgiven. It's a bit complicated with her because technically she did not follow Feanor. She fought valiantly in Alqualonda against the people of Feanor, though. Even though she followed, like she went to Middle-earth not with Feanor, she went to Middle-earth with Fingolfin. But yeah, it's complicated. Maybe she will enjoy time in Lorien. Maybe she does, yeah. But her fate is just very complicated. I prefer the idea that she left before, suits her character better and explains why she isn't present in the War of Wrath. Yeah, I mean, she left in the Silmarillion, as explained, she leaves Nargothrond and then goes over to Middle-earth because, well, screw all of that stuff happening in Beleriand. Okay, let me get up with chat. I'm just currently listening to the interview. I prefer the idea of... yep, you're right. Thank you. Don't worry. Just realize that all live streams eventually come to Galadriel and Celeborn, like clicking a random Wikipedia page and ending up on philosophy. Something like that, I guess. Doesn't she go through Khazad-dûm? Yes. In most versions, I think in all versions, well, not in all versions, it's because it's so complicated. But I think in, let's say in most versions, I'm not 100% sure if in all the versions, it's because it's so complicated with all the version cares. I haven't read all the versions in some time, so I'm a bit out of, it's confusing if you have 4 different versions of the same story and all are completely different. But yeah, in most, I think that was a very important idea, or an idea very important to Tolkien, that she leaves through Khazad-dûm and goes to the other side to Lothlorien, where King Amdir or Malgalad or whatever he was called, or Amros, her son, was the king. Who knows? Amros is in later version not her son anymore, but yeah. She could have stayed voluntarily without the ban for many reasons, sense or responsibility for those she governed, wanting to remain independent, etc. Yeah, for sure. Tolkien had as one version where she is, where he thought about removing the concept of her being banned from Aman as well, but yeah, like I said, in Lord of the Rings and other versions, later versions, it's back again, and it's very difficult to think of Galadriel without that said ban. In the meantime, I watched the interview a bit further. So, okay, in the interview he confirms there will be an Elrond flashback kind of thing. Kind of look forward for that. I like Elrond. So very interesting. The best scenes in the season. So very interesting that the Elros thing. I've never seen him in a show adapted, so that's pretty cool. I like Elrond. I like the actor of Elrond as well. You potentially have heard about me liking Elrond because I made a 10-hour video about his history, though it covers kind of everything else. You have maybe seen it already. But yeah, it's really interesting, chat. So on paper, everything sounds kind of okayish. Like the weird stuff we have heard about is the Balrog talking. That's strange. Elrond getting help from the Balrog crafting his ring, which is also strange. What else is strange? The orc helping Galadriel. I'm curious how they portray, how they explain where Celeborn was all the time. That will be strange. I'm very curious what they will do with Celebrian in the show. Will she never appear? It would be so weird if she's born, you see her basically as a child, and then later Elrond marries her. That would be so weird. I've seen your great Elrond video. Yeah, hope you people enjoyed that. Fortunately, there are some pictures with her and Celeborn when she looks pregnant. I've not seen that. Very, but not so slender as normal with the hint of a bump. Okay. It sounds like they just want to deepen the mysteries in camera time of the Balrog. Going to be more than just a big monster. Yeah, for sure. Curious how it will sound. I'm okay with that with all other horrible decisions the show's made, yeah. I mean, in a way, I think also, I'm not sure if I said this last stream or on the video or whatever, but now in season 3, they have the feedback, at least of what people didn't like about season 1 and in parts of season 2, fully in them. I think when season 1 came out, they were already shooting season 2 basically, so they couldn't bring too much influence of season 2 feedback already into season 2, and now they have basically, okay, at least 1 and 2 have aired. They have now 2 years in between. I guess they also last time 2 years, whatever, but you get the point. So I'm very curious what they are going to do there. I'm thankful that we have no half-foots this season. Yeah, like I said, even though I don't mind the half-foots, I think I like the actresses of Poppy and Nori, of course, and so on. It seems pretty much confirmed that in this season there was like an interview. There are many currently going on all different stages. And there, I think one of the showrunners said that we won't have half-foots in season 3, but they might come back in another season then. So yeah, it's pretty much confirmed. I think that will help the show reducing all these different places and focus on the important stuff. I think that might be very important for this season, and I think that could be a huge improvement in the show. Not because I don't like the half-foots, more because I think that the show is not long enough to tell all these stories otherwise. Like, especially in season 3, it felt like a waste of time a little bit. Yeah, they got some information here and there, but the whole, like, in general, the whole half-foot plot, if you think about as a device for the stranger to develop to Gandalf, how long it took. Like, it took 2 seasons for the stranger. Like, he appears in episode 1 or 2 already for the first time, and it takes to the end of season 2 almost to understand who he is. And then, at the beginning he doesn't know who he is, and he can't control his powers. And for the big part of season 2, he also doesn't know who he is and can't control his powers. And at the end, he knows he's Gandalf, kind of, and still can't control his powers. Now he has to go into the boot camp training hard with Tom Bombadil, as we all know from the books. No, nobody knows that. It's, I don't know. It helps. Yeah, cutting at least one storyline was essential, I agree. Yeah, definitely. Like, it has just cost the other lines. Like, in the last season, Numenor was also weird, I think, in many places. Actually, Numenor has always been weird, to be honest, but I don't know. I'm just so curious. On paper, it's Tolkien. What this man has written is absolutely awesome. Just do what he has written, but the show has sometimes this idea of, well, let's do something completely different that makes no sense, and then, everything falls apart. Do you remember in season 1 the Sword Hill with Aldrich or whatever his name was, and Theo, and all the hiding and finding this weird sword thing, and then at the end it's just a key to open the dam to unleash the water so the volcano breaks out. That's the, what kind of is, and then you never hear of the sword again. Maybe it was reforged or whatever. I guess in season 3 we learn, the sword was reforged and now Sauron has it, or some nonsense like that. I don't know. it's weird. That's what I want to point out here. I would have cut Isildur's plotline last season as well, yeah. That was also... Like, the Shelob thing was cool, and I really like Isildur's actor and so on. But, yeah, the plotline was just... I'm also still mad that they killed Valandil. That was one of the cooler characters, and they just removed him from the show. That's so unfortunate, I think. Was one of the few cool characters from the Númenórean plot. It's just so weird. Númenor always feels like such a small place, even though it's like one of the most massively populated places in Middle-earth, kind of. It feels so strange. I don't know. I'm so curious if they can step up their game for Season 3. Like, currently, if they have identified, yeah, we need to cut out some of the plot lines, that's good. Not sure what happens with Estrid and Hagen or whatever. I also hope we don't they don't focus too much on that part of the story again, and really just focus on the important stuff. Galadriel, Númenor, Mordor, and whatnot. And Khazad-dûm, of course. That should be already more than enough for one season, to be honest. Then we also have the Nazgûl, of course. And in the side plot that is maybe unnecessary currently will be the plot with Gandalf and the Dark Wizard, I think. So chat, shall we slowly come to an end? Very curious if they pronounce him Manuk or Manuch. They're currently talking about the new orc character that we have seen a few times. His name is, I think, Manuk or Manuch. We will see. Or the Adar story. I really found Adar in Season 1 interesting, but they killed him and now he is gone. What sense had he? I think the sense is that they can remove Sauron from Mordor. I don't still understand why they did this. I don't fully understand this as well. They have not the way they established Sauron. They established him in a way that he had no power over the Númenóreans. I think that was a mystery to justify their mystery box. because Adar basically did what Sauron, though with different intentions and reasons, but what Sauron did is was preparing to attack Eregion for whatever reason. And he's basically replacement Sauron for the orcs and orc leader and so on. So yeah, if you think about the story, how it's actually in the book, it makes very little sense. But from the story, how they told them, they needed a character like Adar for the show. But why they I still don't get why they changed the story so much compared to the books. Like this, I don't understand. Like maybe at the end, when we have seen all 5 seasons, we will make, yeah, that is why they changed it so much. I don't think so. I just think they had just stupid ideas there and went with them instead of structuring differently. I think the whole mystery box approach, remember when we had all these season 1 discussions here on the channel or on other channels, and we always discussed, is this Sauron? It was so clear that Mr. Vickers is Sauron at some point. Like, who else is he? I made this huge prediction video. It actually was pretty successful, to be honest. And there I predicted everything. It was pretty spot on. I think I did it 2 times now, because at some point, if you watch this show a lot, it becomes kind of clear if you piece the puzzle pieces together. But yeah, as soon as I saw what was his name, Halbrand, imprisoned in Numenor, I thought, this guy is Sauron? It was pretty early on already. And then we kind of thought, is he really Sauron? Is he not? Could be this, could be that. But that was not interesting. That was not an interesting mystery box, in my opinion. I don't know why they did this. I felt it was like, remember how Halbrand met Galadriel on the boat on the way to Numenor or whatever, and they got fined by a ship and were brought to Numenor? So weird. Currently listening to the last part of the interview. Now, he just tells something that was very noticeable. I think we saw the making of video of the stuff here. And it's kind of interesting. Let me just bring it up here. Maybe, I hope I don't get claimed. But he says something that I also noticed in this making of video, and that is how the actor can use his face even though he has full prosthetic orc thing on his face. Look at this, chat. And just without sound, I play it. Look at the face expression here. Did you see this? This very short thing, how he was able to laugh and have different face expressions. I think in these scenes you could also see this here and there. So the actor can actually act through this, and it's not completely limited by this stuff. I found that was definitely noticeable. So they definitely, the prosthetic stuff they use, it seems to be really impressive. Okay, it says in the interview that the forging of the ring is like 12-minute sequence. There will be, I don't know, very visual effects, heavy, and a lot of manpower and work hours went into that. So it's supposed to be very impressive. I'm curious about that. I hope that the creation of the One Ring will be impressive to look at. Yeah, I try to get these stream schedules more frequent again here. I mean, I stream a lot, but often on German. They were desperate to add some of the originality to such a well-known story, a sense of menace. In the end, the Sauron mystery just came off silly. Yeah, definitely. All is snow is not what it seems, and from there, yeah. Oh, well, it seems. And to give Galadriel a plausible reason to be attracted to him, still the single worst idea. Yeah. What the directors also said in an interview is like, we have seen Galadriel separated from Celeborn, so not complete, and now we see Galadriel with her other half now more completed, in a way. So maybe Galadriel also, this will change her and she behaves normally as a character finally. I would hope at least that things work out for the actress, because it must be really annoying to play a character like Galadriel in this way, which is just difficult to understand, and her motives and so on. This whole love story nonsense, and oh god. Yeah, they certainly have enough money and talent to make a good show. I agree. Like I'm very happy with the actors. They all seem pretty competent people. I've not many complaints there. It's just the way how the characters are written, the mystery boxes, strange storylines, the overall structure, how they structure the show, and the ideas, how to get to the point they want to get. Just really weird. Acting isn't the problem. Writing is. Costume have been inconsistent for Rings of Power at times, I think, but mostly the writing my main issue. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can argue about the armies and armors of the armies and stuff like that, but I feel like that's just such a minor thing in the show. But the orcs, faces, prosthetics, and so on, they look really great. Mostly stuff worked, but yeah, we will see. Okay, so that was the of the interview. I watched it a little bit in parallel. That's why I sometimes shut up for a moment. Sorry for that. But I haven't seen it yet myself. I thought I was well prepared, seeing most of the stuff, and then always something new pops up and catches me by surprise, basically. That makes things, of course, sometimes a bit difficult. But yeah, it seems like that's so that's interesting. So is there anything we have not discussed yet, chat? There will be a prologue sequence to begin the season, similar to the Fellowship of the Ring, to get audience up to speed over the War of the Elves of Sauron, according to the magazine, the Empire magazine. I have to admit, I'm really looking forward to this Elrond and Elros scene. That might be very cool to see. So yeah, I don't know. That's, I think, what I'm looking most forward to, if I'm completely honest with you, chat. I'm not sure, is there... We debated every screenshot I found, every leak, not every leak, but a lot of leak stuff. We debated or discussed trailer making of stuff. I think it's only 6 hours, but we had another stream that was one... How many hours was the other stream we had? Just recently. It was 1.5 almost. So that's a good time, I think, for just this little material. We also discussed some questions outside the franchise and stuff. Is there anything else I need to tell? Yeah, like I said, if you haven't seen the new video on the channel, hey, check it out. It would be appreciated. Give it a chance. You know, the topic is strange. Currently, it's not doing so hot, to be honest. It was a lot of work to make, even though it was a shorter video, but just getting all the different footage was a nightmare. So there's that. Maybe if it doesn't do too well, maybe I upload it on the games channel. I'm not sure yet if I do a re-upload of that. Who knows? Would be awesome if it would have performed a little bit better. Also, let me just see if the chat still works. It works, because chat is a bit silent here. But yeah, I think we slowly come to an end here, because it's late for me, as you can imagine. I'm a bit tired. Yawned a few times, sorry for that. But it is human, I guess, in a way. When it's it's really late, so I should end pretty soon. Is there any questions, suggestions, other things mentioned? I also thought about, can't fully promise it, that maybe tomorrow, I'm not 100% sure yet. Maybe I have to check my my Discord thing here. Where was it? Or was it here? Yeah, so maybe we play War on the North, as it's called, tomorrow. Great to join another one of your live streams. Yeah, nice that you were able to join. Again, thank you and much appreciated. I'm not sure if my current list here is complete with credits and stuff. We will see, but a lot of names on it, so it should be okay, I guess. I think we talked about everything. Yeah, I also think so. Yeah, but maybe there will be live. I'm not 100% sure if I manage to do this tomorrow. For me, it would be today. I'm not sure when we will do stuff because I also potentially have another thing going on tomorrow. Not 100% sure yet, but I thought about maybe because we haven't continued War in the North in some time. Before I forgot where we were and what we did. For people who have not seen one of the last streams we had here, let me just check when that was. It was a surprise stream I made. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. We are in the Barrow Downs currently in the game. It plays in parallel to Fellowship of the Ring, basically. It was 11 days ago, at the 20th of July. So it already a long time, but I think the Rings of Power thing came in between. So I had to move it a little bit, but to not get lose track too much of this playthrough. And I think we are relatively far already in the game. We might continue tomorrow a little bit. I'm not sure if I can't promise how long we will play it tomorrow. Yeah. I like last time. We will stream on Twitch and on YouTube as today as well. So I stream it to this channel here on this YouTube channel, also to the English Twitch channel if it's possible, and then to the German as well. So we could play our good old friend War in the North again, which was pretty fun to play. Also, yeah, in case you, when was it? At the 29th, yesterday or something, or the day before, a stream popped up that was, done by accident, unfortunately. I have this big button here. Maybe I can capture it. Or maybe I can't. I have to do with a display capture. I don't see another way of this working. But yeah, you see this button here, Start All. So basically I have a plugin where I can stream to multiple platforms at once. And I can just say the German YouTube games channel, the English YouTube games channel, that is the German, the English Twitch channel, that is the English, that's this channel here, the English Lore channel, and so on. And yeah, there's also the button Start All, and I wanted to click on a window, and this was in the background, and I misclicked the window and clicked on Start All, and then it started streaming the stream to all platforms I have here available. So that's why the stream just suddenly randomly popped up here. So just in case you wonder what was going on there. Simply let us know a few hours in advance. Yeah, I try to, but it could be a very spontaneous thing tomorrow, because it depends a bit on if I have something in the evening, or an appointment in the evening or not. Not an appointment, but we have a collaboration with other streamers on the German, for the German community, where we have a weird Elden Ring run that we are currently doing, and we have, because there are 4 people involved, we haven't found time to complete it, even though we are almost done with the run. And it might be tomorrow evening that we continue it. I'm not 100% sure yet if everybody has time tomorrow evening. If that would be the case, I don't have time, then I have to do it afternoon or something. So the time could be a bit cursed here, but whatever. I'm just that you know, tomorrow might be another stream here, maybe not, depends a little bit on how much stuff I have to do, but yeah, we will find hopefully a bit of time. So in this regard, it was a long stream, over 6 hours by now. That's a lot. I'll run through some ads here at the end, as always, and wish you a fantastic rest of the day. If you don't have any questions, so if you have something that you have now, I don't know, a few seconds to put it into chat. Otherwise, I would end the stream. What did you think of the brand new reveal through a found letter that Ents watched over the Shire? I think we discussed this a few weeks ago. I'm not sure if we discussed this in the Rings of Power stream. No, I think we discussed this in the very long 12-hour stream we had at the 20th of July. There I discussed it, but basically my looking a little bit into it, it does not feel very plausible that that this was intent. Like reading through the chapter with Treebeard, and he also mentions the dictionary and says to the hobbits, "Hey, you don't fit in any dictionary we have. What I don't know who or what you are." If you read through this, his curiosity seems too genuine to think that, like, Tolkien implies that he might pretend to not know what hobbits are. I just think, where did I post it? Discord, Tolkien Media or something like this. No, in Tolkien Law. So for people not knowing, that it was a letter published recently. Post it here again. And yeah, there's a footnote on the bottom of the letter that is, as can be gathered from Treebeard's conversation with Merry and Pippin, he knew a lot more about events than they guessed, and more about hobbits than he pretended to. But I don't see that, to be honest. We know that in the Shire, we had Ents, because Sam's cousin, I think, saw a moving tree. So, and we know there are actual trees in the world. It's kind of a teaser in the book. So yeah, this guy saw a walking tree. We of course all know by now of Ents, but if you read Lord of the Rings for the first time, don't know anything about the world or fantasy or whatever, just imagine you read this in 1954 or something, then you would be surprised. And later in the story, actual Ents appear. And it was kind of a small teaser, if that makes sense. And as a result, I found this, like, this little detail plausible, that it kind of teases or gives away, hey, there are actual walking trees in the world of Tolkien. We already meet some of that in the Tom Bombadil section anyway. Not Ents directly, but Old Man Willow seems to have a will on his own and so on. And yeah, so I can see that there are ends. It's kind of clear. The idea that Gandalf asked two of them to keep watch on the Shire, I find interesting. You have to consider that the it seems like the person that received this letter was, I don't know, 10 years old or something, if I remember the context here correctly. So yeah, in this regard, it's interesting. Of course, Gandalf had not told anybody. That I find a bit strange, because he was in close contact with Aragorn and his rangers. And wouldn't it be dangerous for them to meet like an Ent by accident or something? Shouldn't they know about that? So Gandalf had asked one or two of them to help, but he did not tell anybody about it. So that's interesting. Tolkien implies that to ask two trees, they had to come over from Fangorn or something. That I find also interesting. That he might have known, or weren't that maybe some Ents from this region that Tolkien knew, who might have who knows? That maybe in the Shire and surrounding there might be some Ancient there. It's definitely possible. What has Treebeard to do with this? But yeah, it's strange. Maybe it was just a little, tell him a bit of additional story that Tolkien thought about. Maybe, I don't know how well this fits. Sleep well, yeah, Christiana, sleep well as well. But yeah, I found it a bit unusual. I still would like to reread some of these chapters again to get even. I was thought about making a video about this. Other channels have also done this so far, but you definitely have to look into some details here. Like there is kind of mentions, I think somewhere, that some other powers also look over the Shire, or that some other powers in the Shire might not be aware of. I always thought he means the courage in the people and the heart of the hobbits. You know what I mean? Like, they have like a good heart, the people there. They care for each other in times of need. Something like that. That was always my interpretation of this line. That he means that he also sent some actual Ents to the Shire to watch over the borders at the northern part. That's interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Still, I think that it seems a lot like an afterthought by Tolkien. For me, it doesn't fully fit into the picture from what I've read so far. At least not the... that he knew about the hobbits. I know why Treebeard has to be... He did not tell anybody about it. And then Tolkien says, as can be gathered from Treebeard's conversation with Merry, he knew a lot more about the event than they guessed, and more about hobbits than he pretended to. I don't fully get that, to be honest. But yeah, that was then the last question for today, to just recite it again. It's not much. It's an interesting detail. I think it does not fully fit, in my opinion. The idea with Gandalf, I can see more than that Treebeard does know more about everything. That seems to be strange, to be honest. But yeah, whatever, chat. Now let's roll here. the credits here at the end. It's a lot of names here on the list. Maybe I have to remove some here and there or add. Might be an older one, to be honest. No, it should be okay. Yeah, Radagast, of course, shoutouts again, and Sander as well. Much appreciated. Thank you for your support here today for the stream. I hope you enjoyed the stream and had a good time here. Shoutouts and huge thank you to all the supporters on all the different platforms. That is really much appreciated and helps, of course, a lot, especially in times where the views are quite down on this channel. And I definitely hope that if you find the time or haven't seen it already, maybe check the new video about how Tolkien came to Japan or Japanese game culture. Some of his terms. It's kind of an interesting topic in my opinion, but maybe it's just me. Beyond that, we might be back tomorrow, maybe not. If it's not tomorrow, then maybe most likely this weekend or something like that. I definitely want to continue with War in the North. Really cool RPG, action RPG game there. That we're relatively far already. Can't tell you how long it is, to be honest. Forgot what stuff is still missing there. But yeah, it shouldn't be that long, so in theory, if I take a bit of time, next stream or so, we should be able to complete it. Last time I really had to end it, because it was really late already and I had something other to do, I don't know. I think I was just really tired. However, chat, I wish you, as said, a good day, a good night. Thank you for watching, thank you for the support, and see you people next time. At the end, I run some ads, and all the best to you. And maybe see you tomorrow.